I sent him. It was my favorite one of all of them because I like it when people do Photoshops, and then I don't know what this is called, but when people do the Photoshops with movement, crap, I don't know what that's called. But it's funny. I can tell you that. It's all the lift guys dancing their way back in the hotel room. The best one, watch Lee Westwood. He takes his shoe off and takes a phone call. Ian Poulter dancing around.
Ian Poulter's got a little Hugh Freeze in him.
All the lift guys coming back in, baby, dancing around. Big win for them today. They're doing their victory laps, too.
Phil would love to have that figure, wouldn't he?
Buddy, let me tell you what, it's a huge day for Phil. Nobody took more bullets than that guy.
But let me tell you, though, that seeing that, and I know it's fake.
Yeah.
I know it's fake.
All right, those aren't their real heads, yeah.
But they probably are reacting sort of like that.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I sort of feel bad for Justin Thomas and those guys.
Well, yeah, because they're trying to, what in their head, hey, we're going to be loyal to, what is the OG, the PGA Tour. We're not going to take this blood money. We're going to do right by you guys. And then now you guys are going to sell out.
You're going to take that blood money that you told us not to take. Don't take the blood money.
You feel like a sucker. You feel like a sucker.
Absolutely you do.
Could there be a class action lawsuit against the PGA Tour?
I don't know, Lance. I don't think so. But, not just do you feel like an idiot, Dunaway, but now you got to go back in that locker room if you're Roy McIlroy and face all those guys.
Yeah. If you got any more, throw them up there. You watch The Sopranos. Explain that one to me. The PGA and Live Tour merging.
Oh, that would be so that was Frank Vincent played Phil Leotardo, and obviously Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini. And that was the last big family feud between the Sopranos and who was Leotard? What crew was that? Anyway, yeah.
Okay, you got any more? Roll through them whenever you have them. Tiger Woods here in flannel. Tiger Woods, after turning down $800 million from Live Golf so he can protect his PGA legacy, watching Live Golf buy out the comically hypocritical PGA.
You know what's hilarious is Tiger could have taken that money and never hit a shot and would have that money today.
I don't think Tiger's about money anymore, do you?
He's got plenty of it.
Read this one for me, Forrester.
This is 100% what happened, by the way.
Live Golf separated from the PGA just to merge with the PGA 2 years later.
It was Rockstar. This is the exact scenario for Michael Scott Paper Company. They go away. They create this basically sham of a company, and Dunder Mifflin has to buy them back.
One more here before the show.
For more than their value.
One more here before the show's over with. There's Rory McIlroy and Brooks Koepka sharing here.
Grips and Bloods, man.
Yep. Getting it together.
Don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think so either.
Of course, if you would have asked me, I would have said this Live PGA things. You got about the same chance as Grips and Bloods.
All right, that's the big story in sports. A lot of people still cannot believe it. In fact, if it was April 1st, I'd be waiting for the other shoe to drop.
No doubt.
We'll more reaction from the people like Justin and Rory who hopefully are getting paid after all this, but probably not. More college football, more countdown to baseball tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into a new show live today on this Wednesday. A lot going on. NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight. Big game down at Protective Stadium in our city with our Legion FC as they're in the round of 8 of the oldest soccer cup in the U.S., U.S. Open Cup. Inter Miami is in town with David Beckham's team. If you see David Beckham anywhere in town today, tonight, grab a picture. And if you've got next round gear on, maybe we can give you a free hat or a free shirt or something.
Let's. What did we do for the Jim Nantz winner? Jim Nantz, that happened very quickly. Somebody very quickly got a photo with him, and they were in next round gear. We gave them $100 credit to the store, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, here's your difference, though. Jim Nantz, I was a little surprised he was taking pictures. David Beckham, internationally much bigger, and I don't think he would pose for a picture.
So do we need to go higher? Does that make higher value in the next round store, or do we still go $100? What do we do?
$125.
I mean, I agree with Rockstar. That is a significant increase.
I say we go $200 in the store if you can actually get a picture with David Beckham with next round gear on. Because another thing, David Beckham, there's a good chance he ain't in this Birmingham. He might be in Birmingham across the pond.
Birmingham.
Yeah.
He's in Birmingham. Yeah, I heard, by the way.
There's a chance he's not in town for this game. Maybe he is. I don't know.
I love these people that use these out-of-town ad agencies. And I was driving the other day, and I got my daughter's car, and she had the radio on. And a car commercial came on. My daughter, she doesn't subscribe to Sirius XM or anything, so she's just in terrestrial radio. I know it was one of the Birmingham stations. I don't know which one. And the car dealership came on, and it was like, Birmingham, do you want to get the best deals in Birmingham? And I'm like, dude, nobody here calls it Birmingham. Don't use an ad agency to call it Birmingham.
Well, I mean, David Beckham for a minute was internationally, when you're talking about sports stars, he was definitely a top 5 guy. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Was he really?
Well, I mean, yes.
Internationally?
Before he went to the MLS, yes.
So when he was playing for Manchester United?
Like, he was the biggest name in soccer.
Yeah. I don't know
that's
if
who he
he
played
was,
for, right? Manchester U?
I don't know if he was the best player in the world, but he was the most popular
Well, part of
player
that, too, was his marriage to...
well, he's a not bad-looking guy.
No, he's a good-looking guy, and he was married to a Spice Girl.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a celebrity marriage.
Still married to a Spice Girl.
Yeah, and he, did a lot of modeling, modeled for Armani and a couple of other brands. And
he talks about chips and crisps with Peyton Manning.
He does,
I didn't know they watched football together.
So, I mean, Al from Dadeville says, man, if you get Posh, Beckham, and you in next round gear, what is that?
I'll tell you one thing.
I will
Posh
tell you this.
ain't going to be there.
Yeah, 0 chance.
So you're saying Beckham
I will
maybe?
match. Yeah, I will do the other 300 myself in gear if you can get a picture with both, because there is 0 chance Posh Spice.
No, I don't think Beckham's going to be here. But I'm willing to say we'll go $200 in the next round store. $200 a credit in the next round store if you get a photo with you and David Beckham with clear. I mean, we're going to have to know what's next round gear, right? I want you to make sure that's prominently displayed, either a good hat or a next round shirt prominently displayed.
I got to be honest. 10 years ago, we had one of the worst hotel scenes in maybe the world. I mean, we just had terrible hotels in Birmingham. Our hotel scene has gotten better, but there is not a hotel in this city I think he would stay in.
Well, I mean, if he is staying here, he probably will jet in for the game. I don't think he would be staying overnight with the team. If he goes to the game, private jet to Birmingham Airport, private car to the stadium, private entrance. But I'm sure the team is staying at the Westin next door to the stadium. I mean, that would be the obvious place to stay.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think there's any chance he's staying with the team. Do y'all?
No.
I mean, he would jet in maybe an hour before game time.
Yeah, and if he was staying in state, maybe Miami, maybe Atlanta.
Yeah.
I would tell you, Rockstar, my favorite part when we get into giving it away without the person who's in charge of the store approval. I always look over my shoulder to see if smoke's coming out of the office.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he said it's fine.
Think about the mileage we'll get off a photo with David Beckham and our logo. Now, I'll tell you what, if you can get one of our hats on David Beckham's head for a photo, That's $500 store credit.
Yeah, I agree.
David Beckham wearing a next round hat.
Whether he wants it on his head or not.
I don't care. You just got to get the photo.
Here I go, Rockstar.
Have him download the app. He gets to host. Whoever gets that downloads the app, they get to host their own show for 2 years, 2-year contract.
No. If David Beckham is wearing a hat, now this has got to be a good, clear photo. We get to rule on that, all right?
Yeah.
I mean, this can't be like some half-ass photo. It's got to be a good, clear photo.
Because you can't Photoshop that. That's impossible.
Or if
I
you're watching and listening to my favorite guys right now on the next round.
If he says that, how would he say that in a British accent? Right there?
I don't know. He's got kind of a high-pitched voice. I can't really do a Beckham, but he's got a really high-pitched voice.
Who's got the best digital show in Birmingham?
Birmingham?
It's my friends at the next round.
I love the next round in Birmingham.
Bend it like the next round.
I've never seen that movie. You guys ever seen it?
I've never seen Bend It Like Beckham.
I have not either. I don't know what it's about. Is he in it?
Well, I think it's
Yeah,
about
he's gotta
David
be.
Beckham.
It was the Indian chick that was in ER.
That's about a girl that wants to play soccer, I guess. But
And I'm sure he makes an appearance at the end and teaches her how to
way
bend
to
it.
go.
I
They're
bet-
crisp, by the way.
I bet he's not in it. I bet they used his name.
You think this is one of those porn spinoffs they had?
No. One of?
And we're off. There we go. By the way, you knew when we got coffee, we would eventually get the morning news look of morning coffee cups.
I smell it. It smells good. I love what Brown used his for last night.
Ice cream. That's the way I eat my ice creams, out of a coffee
Of course
mug.
you do, old man.
Well, I mean, how else do you eat ice cream?
Out of a bowl?
There's a bowl.
Yeah, but the bowl is big.
I ate it out of the, I had a pint of gelato last night. Ate it out of that.
Wow.
What, is that bad?
Gelato. But you had ice cream? They don't
Well,
have
I
ice
went
cream
to
at the store anymore?
honestly, I went to a ratty grocery store, and
Uh-huh.
they don't carry Jenny's. I don't think Jenny's allows themselves to be stocked there.
Yeah.
So the next best thing was that gelato.
Jenny's is crazy. Is that money green at the store?
Why did you choose to go to a ratty grocery store?
Well, because it was on the way home, and I had to pick up. Layton cooked for me last night, and we ended up watching one of my favorite movies, Parasite, one of her favorite movies. Highly recommend if you've never seen it.
Well, let's ask. I mean, that's a good. Scott's showing the photo for those watching on TV. That's my ice cream last night in a coffee mug, which Lance calls an old man move. I don't think it's an old man move.
I've never seen it done that way before.
You've never seen somebody eat ice cream out of a coffee
Yeah, I think my
mug?
Aunt
Out of a
Frances
coffee
ate it out of a
mug?
coffee
It's the
mug.
easiest way to eat it. How else do you eat ice cream?
Just quick hands. Any of
Again,
you?
a bowl.
Yeah, but the bowl is bigger than the ice
No,
cream.
but see, this allows that to melt, and like old people can gum it. It's hard to
you
gum out
can't
of a
drink
bowl.
the excess. I don't let it melt, though. I eat it before it
So
melts.
if I can put cereal in a mug?
Sure, if
A
you
bowl's
want
too big.
if you want a little bit of cereal, yeah.
So anybody
Macaroni and cheese in a mug?
If you want a little bit of macaroni and cheese, yeah.
I'm the oldest guy out here, so no for me. Obviously, no for LT. Anybody in the back room?
I had a root beer float when I was like 8. That's the last time
I
I
don't
had
like
now,
those,
if you're doing a float, that's one thing.
Right.
But if you're just eating ice cream, anybody back there, just give me hands up if you've done it. You've never done it, okay?
Yeah.
Lunsford has done it. Forster's never done
Jeff
it.
is
Rocky,
right. Jeff is right. You use the mug. Your hand doesn't get cold holding the bowl. You got a little handle there, and you just scoop it out with a spoon,
Jeez.
and you get a small amount of.
It's a way to
small
like
amount
be
of
on the
ice cream.
go with your ice cream. Like if
Exactly.
you have a normal bowl, you're having to hold it on the bottom and it's really cold because of the ice cream. Here you hold it. It's just like coffee.
Who the
hot.
hell's on the go eating
really
ice
wanna-
cream?
If you want to go to another room and carry
That's
your
right.
like I'm done with my meal, I'm not sitting at the dinner table
Like-
anymore. I'm going to get up and go to the den and eat my ice cream.
Last
You
night-
hold it
You're
by
going
the
to get
handle.
frostbite
How-
and that 20 step walk?
How
You hold it by
thin?
the handle while you're eating it so it doesn't get cold. If you're sitting on the couch, you got to hold it under
Yeah,
your
I mean,
hand under
Lunsford's
it,
right.
and it gets cold. Just like coffee, you don't
Yeah.
want to hold a coffee mug under it while
It
you're
gets
drinking
hot.
it because it gets hot.
That's right. You hold it by the handle. Got a little spoon.
Well, not all
you
of
don't
us are
have coffee
daredevils.
in there, Jim.
How long can I hold it? I mean, how?
Do you have coffee in there?
No, he
Yes,
doesn't.
I do, 100%.
I smell it. Yeah, he
How-
does.
How hot is that coffee?
How thin is your plates and bowls at home? My goodness.
If you hold ice cream, if you put a couple of scoops of ice cream in a bowl and hold under it, it's going to get cold.
That's right. Lunsford's right.
I was saying
And,
it's chili.
and I liked, I started eating it in the kitchen,
Yeah, do you do your chili in a
and then I
mug?
huh?
Do you do your chili in a
If I
mug?
only want a little bit of chili, I would, but I want a lot of chili.
Now,
Coffee and soup out of a mug too, because you're
Yeah.
on the go.
Yeah.
we
They
have.
make soup in mugs that you can like
right.
drink.
I've come a long way from the trailer park. We've got actual bowls with handles on them at the house. We've got a set of 4.
That doesn't
just-
seem functional.
That's a big coffee mug, is what you've got.
That's like a fondue
It's
bowl.
not a big coffee
Why
mug.
do you need a bowl with a handle on it?
I think that's a bedpan, right?
That's worse than this.
What are y'all doing?
It's for the soup and chili.
So you can hold it in your
But
hand.
that's
doesn't
literally the
count.
exact same thing. It's just a little bigger.
Exactly.
No, these are coffee cups. Those are bowls.
Well, I
or
don't
mugs, or not mugs, bowls with
I don't
coffee.
drink
Hey,
coffee.
however you want to eat it,
That's
but I'm
right.
just saying, I've only seen Aunt Frances do it.
Okay, well, a lot of people in the chat room have done it, so let's do a Bud Light poll question. Is it old man to eat ice cream out of, or do you eat ice cream out of a coffee mug? However Taylor wants to ask.
Or
I
is
don't
it
care.
strange to eat ice cream out of a coffee mug?
Brooke says, suggesting this to my wife because she steals the kitchen towel every time she eats
That's
ice
right.
cream for the same reason, so
Yep.
that her hand doesn't get cold.
You got to have something to hold onto the bowl.
You know what's weird is I hate cold, but I've never, the only thing I've ever used is actually the pint or a bowl.
We get into your big headlines as we roll into the show here, being brought to you right off the start of the show by our friend Dr. B. Under LT and our matching hats today,
I can't believe how often we do
Y'all
this.
look cute, man.
we have a very different look. My hair doesn't exist because I am not a Dr. B customer. Meanwhile, growing hair at 114%, that's LT.
Dr. B, good friend, Dr. Beckenstein, just an awesome dude, by the way. When I started to get a little thin, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name everyone recommended. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more information, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. And remember, Dr. B is also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, for more information, t3hair.net.
I don't know about you. And Bob, by the way, Bobby in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, speaking of Beckham, Lionel Messi is signing with Inter Miami, he says. I don't know if that is a done deal. They're trying to lure him to the MLS. What is interesting about that deal, Apple, who owns the streaming rights to all of the MLS, they own the rights to that. They're offering Messi, if he comes over here, part of the streaming revenue. Apple is willing to give Messi, if he signs with the MLS, some of the streaming percentages.
It's a deal up to $200 million, is what I read.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think that includes all of that.
Yeah, the Saudis offering him $800 million.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, Saudi's got some money to throw around, it appears. Is Messi, I don't know who to ask on this, Rockstar, Tyler, has Messi fallen off a little bit? Is this like a retirement plan for him, or is he still top of his
He's
game?
getting up there in age. He did win the World Cup. It's time to slow down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finally won that World Cup for his country. He's contemplating going back to Barcelona. It doesn't look like he'll take the Saudi money and go down there and play like Ronaldo did. But Beckham came over here as well. It helps marketing and sort of play out your career here. We'll
so
see.
he's with him next year, but not tonight. Huh?
He's 36. 36 seems like an older soccer player, right?
Yeah.
Well, like 30, you're old. Once you get like 30, 32.
I mean,
it's time
how
to-
many miles are on those
Yeah,
tires,
it's
man?
just
As much as those
nonstop.
dudes run. Yeah.
By the way, that picture looks like they took Messi's face and head from a game.
I
Oh,
agree.
It's a bobblehead.
and put it on David Beckham's body.
yeah, that is a bad Photoshop. It looks like.
Or it looks like he's been walking through those palm trees in that suit.
Those shoulders are way too narrow for that head. There's no way that's Messi's body.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. It's not even a good Photoshop, I don't think, Rockstar.
Well, I don't know. It's Sports Illustrated. They're really great at photoshopping. All you have to do is look at the swimsuit issue coming out soon.
What kind of photoshops are we going to get sent of Beckham with our gear on him?
Well, we get to rule on that.
Well,
we reserve the right to rule on whether it's Photoshop or not.
Somebody said, how much do they get in the store if they get David Beckham actually eating ice cream out of a next round coffee mug?
You own the store at that.
You
Just
got
like
a better
just like
chance
Aunt
of getting him
Frances.
eating it out of somebody's belly button.
All right, the big story in college football is more recruiting news today. We talked about USC's heater yesterday to start the show. I don't know about you guys, but did you guys think Dabo Swinney had another national championship at Clemson? At
I do.
Clemson, you do.
At Clemson, I think he can win one. I mean, would I guarantee it? Absolutely not. But if you said, can Dabo win one more championship at Clemson? I'd say, yeah, he can.
I think
was
Garrett Riley's going to be a big factor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a topic of one of my gym class heroes earlier this summer. Was there was becoming a scenario in my eyes. I never thought this was the case, but it was becoming a scenario in my eyes where you could start connecting the dots of Dabo Swinney coming back and being the guy that follows up Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. I never thought that was ever going to be the case, but it was starting to sound and look a lot like Steve Spurrier later years at Florida with the Clemson fans. You know, they win an ACC championship last year, but a lot of disgruntled folks because they're not in the playoffs and they're losing a couple of games, you know, still turning out. I think they've gone a decade of double-digit wins, but people were starting to get a little, man, where are we? We haven't played for a championship since 2019. Where are we? Where are we?
Yeah.
Well, big recruiting news. In the last 48 hours, we told you about 4-star wide receiver TJ Moore. Yesterday, we told you about the best linebacker in the upcoming recruiting class, Sammy Brown, who they get out of the state of Georgia, right under everybody's nose in the SEC. Well, last night, they get the top player in the state of Texas. 5-star wide receiver Bryant Wesco picks Clemson over everybody else in the world. Can you believe that?
I mean, that is a long way to go to get to Clemson, but I'm with Lance. You know, Garrett Riley maybe has injected some enthusiasm into that fan base a little bit, and maybe it's something Dabo is selling on the road. Like, hey, look, you know, we're renewed vigor, renewed team. I mean, it's going to be a different team now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, with Will Shipley, the receivers are going to be better this year. Klubnik's going to be better. The problem over the last couple of years has been offensive line and wide receivers. I mean, Clemson had great wide receivers, you know, from Sammy Watkins to Mike Williams to DeAndre Hopkins, T. Higgins, Hunter Renfrow. They just hadn't had those receivers in years. Yeah. And it's really strange.
Now, I'm with you on that. They used to pretty good pipeline, not quite Ohio State level or Alabama level, but really good.
And another reason that Justin Jefferson is going to make $30+ million, the receiver position is so important now. And one of the reasons that Alabama wasn't dominant last year.
But I would say this, with the 12-team playoff coming up, if you just took normal Dabo, okay, let's assume he doesn't have a huge fall off. He's somewhere around what he's been the last decade. Out of a decade of 12-team playoffs, how many do you think they're in? I'm just saying the last decade of Dabo.
9.
I would say 9 or 8 or 9 of 10.
Because here's the deal. They've got that name recognition, that street cred for what they've done, right?
And they play in a conference where they're not going to take on a lot of losses.
Right.
In all
so they
likelihood.
could be the second team out of the ACC and still get in there.
That is right.
Because we all picture, to me, the Big Ten and the SEC getting 3 in every year. So it could be this, you know, that last wild card could be, you know, second ACC versus fourth Big Ten, fourth SEC, and with Clemson's street cred, they could win over that. And like you said, some of the extra losses you get in the SEC, you don't get in the ACC.
So I think they'll be in the playoffs very consistently. So, you know, you get hot at the right time. Yeah, I think Dabo will. I think he will win one more. I think that'll be the end of it for him.
Last year with 3 losses seemed like a disaster, right? I mean, they still went 11-3, and they ended up in the AP 13th and the coaches poll 12th.
Yeah,
I mean, they were right there on the borderline.
They actually probably missed the playoff last year. Well, I don't know. They've been borderline.
Did they lose their bowl game?
I can't remember.
No, I'm checking right now.
Yeah.
Klubnik is going to benefit from Garrett Riley. You wonder if this recruit out of Texas really liked Garrett Riley at TCU, and they cross paths on the recruiting trail, and that's how he's at Clemson right now. And as Brown always points out, when we talk recruiting, it's a long way to signing day. December is when they do that, but it's an interesting twist happening at Clemson. When I thought maybe this thing was starting to flatten out a little bit, here comes another great Clemson recruiting class.
They did lose their bowl game, Lance. They would solidly have been in the playoffs. Yeah. They were 7th in the last college football playoff rankings. Solidly in the playoffs.
And think about it, they got upset by South Carolina, that game 31-30. Before that, they were 10-1. I guess they were in the top 5 going into that.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, they are solidly in the playoffs last year, and you just said it, Dunaway. It felt like kind of a flatline year. So I think he's got this program to a point where he can consistently contend for a 12-team playoff.
Yeah. All right. So we're off and rolling here. We'll set the table on where you can watch the big sporting events tonight. But as always, on a Wednesday night, LT, what do you like to do?
Rock starts Wednesday night, and that means here we go, Hector. There we go. Little Odie's team trivia.
It's
Hit it again.
The OG crew, though. No Ryan Brown tonight. Yeah. It's going to be me, Rocky, Will Haver. Looking forward to it. We'll start up a little after 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy that great food from Rodney Davis. The entire crew might be down there eating together tonight, right? Possibility?
My plan
Possibility?
is, my plan is to go grab dinner there after we're finished at Top Golf.
Perfect. You guys come out, say hello. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light inside or outside on that great patio. They'll have Game 3 of the NBA Finals rocking there. So come join us to say Birmingham Institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so Denver and Miami, 7:30 on ABC tonight. You have the Legion FC, 7 o'clock at Protective Stadium. No TV for that, I do not believe. In the World Series for the Women's World Series, Oklahoma-Florida State, game 1 of their best of 3 is 7 o'clock on ESPN. Oklahoma is 59-1. They'd have to double their losses on the season not to be national champions again.
But Florida State is really good.
They are. These are rarely does it always work out in sports, but these are the best 2 teams in women's college softball, and they're meeting tonight. Florida State has won 1 and been in 3 of the last 5 national championship series, so they're right there, right under Oklahoma as the best programs in the country right now.
You rarely get that. I think you got it 2 years ago with Alabama and Georgia playing for the national championship in football, but you rarely get that. I mean, San Diego State was not one of the 2 best teams in college basketball this year.
No, they were not. But they worked. They earned their way there.
No, they did.
They earned their way there. But tonight the softball cranks off, and Stanford had them against the ropes in the 9th inning the other day to try to end Oklahoma's streak, but they would have had to beat them again for Oklahoma not to be there. That's what's hard to imagine with Florida State having to knock out a couple of them to keep Oklahoma from going back to back to back in the Women's World Series. All right, crazy night in baseball last night in Atlanta. Some of you were there. And some of you watched it. We'll talk about that as we move throughout the show. And a couple of big news items out of the NFL as well. That, all your college football, and setting the table for what we're doing tonight, all when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Listen, I really admire Bryce Elder, the way he reacted last night. Now, I think he was leading the National League in ERA 2.26, and he hung a ball that Pete Alonso of the Mets sent flying 400-plus feet into the stands. Then Alonso gets caught on audio and video on the broadcast yelling at him from the dugout, "Throw it again! Throw that pitch again! Throw it again!" And Elder was asked about it after the game. He's like, "Man, if I hit one on the concourse, I'd probably be yelling too." And I appreciate that kind of attitude.
What do you think was behind Alonso doing that? Like, did he feel like maybe Elder was disrespecting him with his pitch choice? Was it just, what?
I thought
it was just kind of a weird reaction, didn't you think?
I thought it was aggressive.
Yeah, really aggressive.
It was aggressive for a guy who has hit 22 home runs.
Yeah, I just didn't see any reason behind it for Pete Alonso. Maybe there's a history there I'm not aware of, but I just kind of thought it was a weird move by Pete Alonso, who's obviously a really, really good player.
Yeah, I didn't see any reason that he did that.
Yeah.
But, of course, in true fashion, and this happens in my life every time that I talk smack to somebody before something's over with, it always comes back to haunt me. Down in a close game late, Pete Alonso up in the ninth inning, guy from the bullpen's in, throws him a 98 with movement. Alonso strikes out. Mets lose the game, Braves win. So chirp, chirp, lose, lose. And it seems to be the way it works in my life usually, and that's the way it happened for the Mets last night. A lot of chirping from Alonso. Braves get the win.
Yeah, I think an older veteran pitcher maybe puts one in Alonso's ribs the next time.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
I'll throw that one again.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I threw it again, but it slipped.
It slipped this
right
time.
into your
I
ribs.
just thought that was so weird about Pete Alonso. I saw it this morning. I'll let you guess what platform I saw it on. I saw it this morning, and I thought, man, that was just a weird deal. I don't know the history between those two. Did he feel insulted by the pitch choice?
Was it on TikTok?
Of course it was. That Elder was trying to sneak one past him. I don't know.
You'll never live in Montana.
I wouldn't mind living in Montana. I think it probably snows too much there for me. It probably gets a little too cold for me in Montana.
May to October, I think it would be the best state to live in.
Fantastic. This time of year, I wouldn't mind it at all. What's the golf like up there? Did you see a lot of golf courses?
I saw a golf course. I didn't see a lot of golf courses.
A golf course.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was plenty. I just wasn't looking for them.
It was Dutton International.
Well, you've seen in Yellowstone, you watch, right?
Yeah.
One of the first episodes are playing golf out there.
Yep. A course that runs right up to his property. Everything runs right up to his property on that show.
Do you think anybody went through the barbed wire to get their ball, or just you leave it on Dutton's
that
property?
one, yeah.
I would leave that one on that ranch right there. Hey, Jillian sends us a picture on our Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed this morning. First taste of the Next Round coffee, medium roast, 10 out of 10, she says.
You got David Beckham drinking a cup.
Yeah. And I have not sent this to Forrester, but my pastor sent a picture from his office today.
Is that your wife?
No, she's
the head
a
pastor.
pastor.
Okay.
The head pastor, Mike, sent a picture from his desk this morning with our Next Round dark roast coffee sitting in front. There's Jillian's coffee. I'll send you the pastor's picture too, and he says 10 out of 10 as well. So Forrester, hats off to you for dialing in the coffee beans and getting that right, and our friends at Who Is Coffee as well. Thank you.
I really didn't know what the feedback was going to be. You and I aren't coffee drinkers.
No, I took some home so my daughter could drink it to let me know.
What did she say?
She hasn't had it yet. I just took it yesterday.
I mean, everybody I've talked to says it's fantastic. Not to call you out, what's on your screensaver? Is that you?
It rotates around. That's me.
You have a picture of yourself as your screensaver?
Yeah. For some reason, it's not rotating around today, but I do. It usually
It's every hour.
Yeah.
It changes every.
Oh, does
No,
it change every hour?
actually, I have it where every time it unlocks.
Oh, mine's.
Yeah.
I don't have enough pictures for that.
Yeah, I've got about 30 in rotation.
You think even Kim Kardashian's got herself as her screensaver?
All right,
That's a
little
first.
T, next Bud Light poll question. Is it strange? Because we've already got, is it strange to eat ice cream out of a coffee mug up? Is it strange to have yourself as a screensaver?
Have you ever had yourself as a screensaver?
Don't think so, no. I don't change mine a whole lot, though. I don't have what Dunaway's talking about, what rotates. Mine are just my two
I did,
daughters.
and now I'm bothered
then-
that it's not in rotation, but I knew when it happened this
So my
morning.
lock screen's my two daughters, and then when you go to my other screen, it's Jennifer and I. So that's pretty much been it for a long time.
Yeah, I've never had myself on the screen. It's Lady Bird.
It's got a dog on there.
Well, I mean, if we want to start just laying out things that I've never done that you've done, we could do that too. But I can't think of anything.
You've never you've never got a divorce. If you want to get personal,
No, I didn't want to go that route.
Yeah.
But
I saw you pop up, and I was like, I think that's really strange.
I've never gotten on stage twice at the Floribama and sang either. I have 30 pictures that I like that is in my rotation. But thanks for sharing. Where was I on this? Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union, right there. LegacyCreditUnion.com, the website. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit. LT tells you about that in some of the commercial breaks, and it is really a benefit sometimes if you get that money a little early so you can start using it to help you out, whether it's for fun or whether it's for business items. You can get that done right there with your everyday checking and instant issue debit card. If you go open up at Legacy a new checking account, you don't have to wait for that debit card to be mailed to you. They take care of you right there in one of their great branches. You get details at LegacyCreditUnion.com. Also, that lifestyle loan we tell you about all the time, where you can handle unexpected medical expenses, take that dream vacation, no collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. It's our friends at Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com. We told you for years about how good they are with auto loans and such. Just see what all they offer for you. LegacyCreditUnion.com, an official credit union, the official credit union of UAB, federally insured by the NCUA. A couple other baseball notes before we set the table for tonight's basketball. Jacob deGrom is on his way to what is now going to be his second Tommy John surgery. And he becomes he joins a long list of New York Mets that have not met expectations of what seemed to be great pitchers that end up battling injuries and never meeting their full fulfillment of what they were supposed to be. And he was off to his team, the Rangers, surprising everybody atop of a tough division. And he was off to a fairly good start until late April, when he felt that forearm tightness, and now he's done.
Well, and this was such a risky move by the Texas Rangers to give him 5 years, $185 million in the offseason. But the month of April, he was fantastic. He only pitched a little over 30 innings, 30 and a third. He had started 6 games. They won all 6 starts. He had a 2.67 ERA, 45 strikeouts, only 4 walks. They shut him down at the end of April. You're not going to see him again until they're hoping at the end of 2024. He's 35 years old. By the time you see him again, he's going to be close to 37 years old. And by the way, baseball money's guaranteed.
And it's his second one.
Yeah.
The other one right before he got called up with the Mets.
It's really sad, man.
Yeah. So that arm, I don't know if it's what makes it that way. So many Tommy John surgeries now. It didn't seem like they happened back in the day as much.
Yeah.
But the spin rate and all that's way up. Maybe that's causing. I'm not a doctor, but it seems to hurt the Mets more than it does anybody else or former Mets. He's now a Ranger.
It's not necessarily. This is not Tommy John, but the speculation is, we'll talk to Buster about this tomorrow, that Strasburg may never pitch again. Period. Not just for the Nationals, but period. Right. So he was the World Series MVP, and in the midst of that signed I think it was a $145 million contract. All right, so think about how long ago the Nationals were in the World Series.
Yep.
All right, how long does that feel?
At 5 years.
It's pre-COVID.
But it does seem like in my eyes that he retired right after that World Series.
Well, he did not, but you know why it seems that way?
Yeah.
Do you know how many innings he has completed since that World Series?
I do not.
31 and a third.
Since that World Series, he's only completed 31 and 1/3 innings.
Yep. And to Lance's point, the Nationals are on the hook for that whole contract because baseball money is guaranteed. And that's what the Rangers are about to face with Jacob deGrom, is they're going to pay him a wad of money to basically not pitch for a year and a half.
And there were a couple of years that deGrom was the best pitcher in all of baseball. I mean, he's won multiple Cy Youngs. And you think about 2021 when he had his first surgery, he was lights out. He had a 1.08 ERA over 92 innings. So he was unhittable. You know, Strasburg, it seems like you got – I remember we had a stake bet with Strasburg. You didn't think he'd make it a couple of years.
Right. I thought he was going to be like Mark Pryor.
Yeah, was that when they shut him down that 1 year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they shut him down his first entire year.
Yeah, well, yeah, they
pitch counted him.
Yeah, the Nationals were actually in contention, and they pulled him, or actually went to the playoffs, and they pulled him. They didn't let him finish
Still
the
an
year
abbreviated
to protect his
career,
arm.
but because he won a World Series, it's almost like, and the same with deGrom. I mean, you know, you hate this for the Rangers, you hate it for deGrom, but he won a couple of Cy Youngs, never won a championship.
A call-up yesterday had everyone excited. The guy who was considered maybe the best prospect in the minors was called up for the Cincinnati Reds yesterday. Ellie De La Cruz. He's 6'5" and 200 pounds. 6'5", 200 pounds. Switch hitter. He's known as the guy with the highest exit velocity off his hits. And he got a double last night that they clocked at 112 miles per hour coming off his bat. 112 coming off the bat. Which gets me to a funny story from the golf course yesterday, Brown. I don't know if you've ever been standing on the side of a green when someone's hitting out of the trap way on the other side. But one of my guys hit it off the toe yesterday, and it came blazing out. And I really wasn't watching him. I was looking at my putt when he hit. And it came like right here, this far away from me.
If it gets you in the throat, is that bad?
Screaming. If it hits me in the temple, I may be dead. Screaming, but going this way, it comes across me like that. And like I saw it, and it was like slow motion. And then I felt like I reacted Matrix style in real time.
Right.
This is the guy that chipped on a gas pump.
Wait. The finishing of the story is.
Not done yet.
In my head, I dodged the golf ball, right? It was that close, and my movement dodged the golf ball. And my buddy Johnny Orr said, dude, your reaction time, when you moved, the ball was already hitting the weeds over there in the woods. Yeah. And I said, what? I said, I got out of the way. He's like, hell no, you didn't. That thing hit the ground 10 yards behind you. By the time you reacted to it, it would have killed you if it had been 2 inches over.
So if it would you rather be hitting the temple or the throat with it?
Either way would have been bad.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather take it in the temple. At least you go straight out, right?
I think the temple would have killed me. In the throat, it may have crushed my throat.
Either way, it's dicey.
Yeah. I mean, it was a laser out of there. So 112, I don't know what baseball looks like at 112 miles an hour off the bat. This one quickly made it to the wall for a double.
Yeah.
If you watched the guy last night. But the exit velo is something crazy to watch. And on golf courses, you just got to pay attention a little bit more. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Hemp Hill. We will get into the basketball tonight, Denver and Miami, what we're expected after LT tells us about the folks who will take care of your AC.
Absolutely. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they want to remind you the weather continues to change. It is going to be hot this week. Are we hitting the 90s this week?
Absolutely we are.
I think we got a cooling spell coming in later this week. Some Arctic air surprisingly coming down. It's going to be very, very good temperatures the rest of the week.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be in the 90s. Anyway, you need to make sure that everything is up and working. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they can make sure it is for you. And right now, they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. That's simple. Make sure you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The chat room done away saying drier air, not cooler air.
That's what I meant. Drier air, not Arctic air. It's not wintertime. But am I right, Brownie? You looked at the 7-day. Are we in the...
We're 91 today, but we don't hit the 90s again until next Tuesday.
Damn it.
It's going to be a little cool. You want it hot for your pool.
Yeah, and my pool felt great yesterday.
Yeah, but
it's going to cool down.
For the rest of us, we sort of like the air-conditioned 80s on the outside.
Yeah, good golf weather right here.
Yeah, so fantastic there. So tonight we play basketball down in Miami. Tyler Hero, is he in? Is he out? How important is he to tonight's game?
Well, he is important, but he's out. They are ruling Tyler Hero out. He hasn't been with the Heat since the beginning of the postseason. They were able to navigate through Milwaukee, able to navigate through Boston. They win Game 2 without him in Denver.
But they're waiting on him to come back.
Yeah.
There's still a chance he'll come back.
Look, he's a big contributor, and you look at the contributions you're getting from guys like Gabe Vincent and Max Struss. This is a huge game because I think the Nuggets lost a lot of confidence in Game 2. And Miami's one of these teams, I think they feel like they're playing with house money. I mean, Jimmy Butler's in season number 13. He's never won a championship. This would be huge for his legacy. But the winner of Game 3, when the series is tied at 1 apiece, goes on to win the series 80% of the time.
80% of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just, that's history. I mean, that's fact.
How juiced will the Miami crowd be tonight? Obviously up there, but it seems like Jimmy Butler senses how important this game is too, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. But, this is a Miami team that, they dropped 2 against the Celtics at home, and they still win that series. Against Milwaukee, I'm trying to see how many they dropped at home. Well, they didn't drop any at home against Milwaukee. But, it's a team that was able to lose at home and still win a big-time series against the Celtics. If the Nuggets win this game, getting back home court, you feel like the Nuggets are the better team. They've got the best player, and they'll end up winning this series. But if the Heat get Game 3, this is one of those that could go 7. We could have a really good series on our hands.
So 2 in Miami, and then they start alternating 5, 6, 7.
And by the way, they're only a 2.5-point favorite tonight.
So Denver is a 2.5-point favorite tonight at Miami, 7:30 on ABC. MyBookie.ag is where you can go play those games with our friends at MyBookie.ag. And what's that promo code again, Brown?
That is code Next Round, Jimmy. Next round
is the promo code right there. When we come back in our next segment on the Next Round, we will jump back into college football. Our friends Bruce Feldman and Stuart Mandel did the tiering of quarterbacks in college football for this upcoming football season. We're now 80 days away from the start of the college football season. Some of the surprising names, and surprisingly where Alabama and Auburn and other quarterbacks in the SEC rank, according to Stuart and Bruce Feldman, their co-writing of tiering out the quarterbacks at the Athletic. We'll talk about that. And then later in our show, Brad Crawford joins us at 11 Central. Brad Crawford will be with us. And we'll talk to him about him envisioning what our one-off 2024 schedule will be in the SEC. And it's fascinating the way he thinks this will play out. And I've read the story. I think he's pretty spot on the way this will play out. The SEC is going to want to build some big games and protect a lot of rivalries. We'll talk to Brad about that coming up. But tonight we are actually out at Top Golf. Loosely after 4, but 5 to 6 is our live show as we get ready for another big night with the Legion over at Protective Stadium. And in the final hour, we're going to give something away, LT. Tell us what we're giving away, and I'll walk us through on how we're going to give it away.
Yeah, so we're giving away, if you've been to Top Golf before, they've got bays. I guess that's how you would describe it, Brown.
Yep.
And so you and 5 of your friends, so up to 6 people, they're going to win this from Bud Light. You're going to get free Top Golf. You're also going to get free Bud Light products. So it's going to be a big night for you. And if you want to win this, I'll let Dunaway tell you exactly how we can execute this.
Yeah, in the final hour, we will let you know when to retweet, subscribe to the Next Round on YouTube as well. I think we're already doing that right now. You can go ahead and retweet that and then subscribe to the Next Round on YouTube, and we will pick a winner in the final hour is what we're doing. So the winner will be announced later on in the 12 o'clock hour. But right now, go to the Next Round Live on Twitter, retweet that image that you see there. Taylor sent it out last night. And if you retweet it and go to YouTube and subscribe to the Next Round, you're in the running to be drawn out for that win coming up. All that happening in the final hour today, thanks to our friends at Bud Light and, of course, those at Top Golf with us tonight. We're back in a moment with more college football right here on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com getting you out to see America. We'll be unveiling a new 40 and 40 team a little bit later on today. Check all of our social media platforms out to see the past teams at 40 and 39. LT told us about number 40, which was Illinois. Brownie broke down number 39, Pittsburgh, today. Number 38 coming up later on. JohnstonRVCenter.com getting you out on the road.
They are helping you beat the heat this summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. The 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. The fifth wheels from just $439 a month, plus closeout pricing on what remaining 2022s they have on the lot. And don't forget, all of you that have served in our military, whether you are active duty or retired military, they got a great discount for you. Also, lifetime warranties on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer. You heard me right, lifetime warranties on those. That's at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, now it's just two people's opinions, Stuart Mandel and Bruce Spellman, but I like them both at the Athletic. They've just got one Tier 1 quarterback this year.
I think there's two.
They've got one, and it's the obvious one.
Yeah, it's Caleb Williams.
So they don't put Drake May in Tier 1.
They do not.
The only problem with Drake May is, well, you lose your best receiver in Josh Downs, but Drake May had a ball security problem last year. It wasn't necessarily the interceptions. I don't know if you guys remember Sam Darnold. People thought he had small hands because after his first year, which was so good at SC that led them to a Rose Bowl win, the next year he had a problem holding onto the football, fumbling. That was the problem last year for Drake May. 7 fumbles, 5 of which he lost.
And y'all help me with my memory here. At the end of last year, did it seem like Drake May was doing great numbers? And then did he hit a wall last few weeks where they had a lot of big TV games, and I was watching Drake May, and I was like, well, what has happened to this guy? And partly it was because there was that discussion that Drake May could be hitting the portal and coming to Alabama, and I watched him a couple of games, specifically the NC State game, and I was like, man, that does not seem like he is an automatic success story.
So I was going to actually give you his exact numbers at the end of the year. So when the calendar flipped to November 12th, he threw for 448 yards against Wake Forest. I'd say that's a pretty good game.
Yeah, Wake Forest was a terrible defense
they
last
were.
year. But
they were.
that
But
was
448 against anybody's good.
Yeah, and 3 touchdowns, no picks.
31 of 49, 448. And that was a pretty good run for him, Dunaway. Starting with the Notre Dame game, September 24th, he was over 300 all but one game and over 400 one of those games. But to your point, the rest of November, 202 and a pick against Georgia Tech, 233.
And a loss.
Yep, 233 touchdown and a pick against North Carolina State.
And a loss.
268, 2 picks against Clemson.
And a loss.
And bowl game, 206, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and a loss to Oregon.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, yeah, he hit the wall at the end of the year. That is absolutely correct.
But still, he ends the season with 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And this kid threw for 4,300 yards. He is an absolute stud. He's already got an NFL body at 6'4", 225. He turned down multiple 7-figure offers to transfer out.
Yeah. So May is a Tier 2. One other Tier 2 quarterback, according to Stewart and Bruce.
Michael Penix.
Michael Penix Jr. Absolutely.
I just did my tiers myself. So,
are you worthy there, Michael Penix Jr.?
Well,
you nailed that. You agree with this whole thing so far.
So I think Drake May should be top tier with Caleb Williams. I think there's 2 guys. I think Drake May could end up being the number 1 overall guy. I think it'll be Caleb Williams. Michael Penix is interesting because there were so many injuries. There was a stretch he missed 16 of 21 games at Indiana, and he had a good year. He had a bad year, and then last year under Kalen DeBoer, he had an exceptional year. And a lot of that had to do with a combination, I think, of Pac-12 defenses, and he had really, really good wide receivers.
He had more attempts, completions, and yards in fewer games than Caleb Williams. Now, Williams had more touchdowns, and Williams 42-5 touchdowns to picks is incredible. And Penix wasn't bad either, 31-8. But yeah, I mean, he led Caleb Williams in a lot of statistical categories
if Penix
in fewer games.
Is healthy, and he's got a great release. He's got one of the strongest arms right now in college football. And what makes him unique, he's a lefty. You just don't see lefty quarterbacks.
I mean, Tua Tagovailoa is the only starter in the NFL. Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. You do not see. Can I make a quick point, though, on Michael Penix? Because I think it might surprise a lot of people.
That's good. My point I wanted to make was we've done Tier 1 and Tier 2, only 3 quarterbacks, 0 SEC quarterbacks.
Because when you think Washington, do you think wide open passing offense? I mean, historically, you don't really, right?
No, not until DeBoer got there.
Yeah, I mean, he was 4th in the nation in pass attempts. Only Alston Reed at Western Kentucky, who I really like, by the way, even though the second half of the Auburn game didn't go great for him. Kyle Van Treese at Georgia Southern, which you want to talk about a change in their offense. They used to run the triple option, but now cannot say his name.
Clay Helton
has changed them into the passing offense. And Will Rogers, who was playing in the air raid. Those are the only 3 quarterbacks had more attempts than Michael Penix.
That's crazy.
Washington is throwing it all over the field right now.
I've only got 1 quarterback in the top 10 in the SEC, and I've got 1 on the edge.
Okay, Tier 3 gives you the same number of group of 5 quarterbacks as you have SEC quarterbacks. But this is a bigger tier here of the Tier 3 quarterbacks, according to The Athletic. From the SEC, you want to take a guess?
It's Jaden Daniels.
Is Jaden Daniels. He is there. So too is KJ Jefferson, and so too is Devin Leary.
I think Devin Leary should be here. He was the one I had number 11 right outside the top 10. KJ Jefferson just too inconsistent.
But there are 3 group of 5 quarterbacks. Frank Harris, Grayson McCall,
and Michael Pratt.
And Michael Pratt. They're on that Tier 2.
They all deserve to be there.
And Michael Pratt, a guy that a lot of people had at least suspected might test that transfer portal, and I think there was a pretty good market for Michael Pratt. I knew Auburn fans that were very hopeful because there was that rumor that he might be considering Auburn.
Obviously, they had a great season, but your lasting impression on Pratt was that final drive against USC.
Yes.
Yeah, which is pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy also on that tier of Tier 3. Bo Nix had a really great year last year at Oregon. If he had not gotten hurt, they may have had a different ending to their season. And J.J. McCarthy, until he got to the playoffs, looked really good. But in the playoffs, that one playoff game, off to a horrible start and then rallied.
But he, again, I've said this before, I think he is the best quarterback that Jim Harbaugh has had. You know, I had Bo Nix I had the elite category, A quarterbacks. Bo Nix was my final A quarterback. I had Sam Hartman in that A quarterback group too, and I had McCarthy in the B+ group.
Yeah, Tier 4 starts off with Sam Hartman of Notre Dame. You also find Dylan Gabriel there, what we told you last week. 2 more years of Dylan Gabriel if he wants to stay there. Tanner Mordecai transfer to Wisconsin. It'll be interesting to see. You talk about change of philosophy, what Wisconsin looks like with Luke Fickell now as the coach, and here comes Tanner Mordecai from SMU, right,
Yeah.
where there's pass happy.
Yeah, I mean, at pass happy, didn't he have a 9-touchdown-and-a-half performance recently? I mean, wasn't that this past season?
Now,
am I
the
right?
thing about Fickell, you know, it's physical football, but you go back to Desmond Ridder.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to let him throw it around a little bit.
Also on that list, on that tier 4, Cam Rising of Utah, Jalen Daniels of Kansas, Talia Tungavaloa of Maryland, and a little low for the way he's performed. He may not have NFL skill set, but Jordan Travis of Florida State, who I think plays good at that quarterback position.
Yeah, I had him in the B category with Cam Rising, Michael Pratt, and Jordan Travis. Is that all they've got?
That's it for Tier 4, yeah.
Okay, so is that where they ended it?
No, they go
Okay.
Tier 5. That's where you get Quinn Ewers. Joe Milton is there. Spencer Radler's there. Jackson Dart of Ole Miss is there. Will Rogers of Mississippi State's there. That's where you get Peyton Thorne of Auburn. He comes in that tier as well.
Where's Riley Leonard and Brennan Armstrong?
Riley Leonard is there of Duke. I was skipping over them. Riley Leonard of Duke is there. It's a long list now down here of Will Howard at Kansas State, DeLaura at Arizona, Slovis at BYU. It'll take a while to get used to Keaton Slovis at BYU.
Yeah.
Uiagalelei at Oregon State, Tyler Van Dyke at Miami, Cam Ward at Washington State.
This is, so no Brennan Armstrong at NC State?
Nope.
So this is, to me, the best year we've ever had of quality quarterbacks in the history of college football.
Really?
The best year we have ever had for quality quarterbacks in the history of college football.
I think you can make a question that you've got 30 quality quarterbacks.
Well, I think.
And maybe even more, because you don't know what you're going to get at Bama. You know, Carson Beck, you didn't mention him. I mean, I'm just going to assume Carson Beck's going to be good.
There was a question I thought we might address on the in the start of the next hour from the chat room, but I think I've got a theory I'd like to share as well on why I think what Lance says is true. So what he just said.
I do want to point out Volfan 205 in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Yeah, Phil Longo going from North Carolina to Wisconsin. You saw how much Drake May threw the football last year.
That's right.
So, you know, I assume Wisconsin's going to throw it all over. But you got Braylon Allen there. So it should be a much more aesthetically pleasing product to watch for Wisconsin fans.
More football conversation with the quarterback. Brown's big question, a lot more coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Our first guest is over an hour away, so we'll keep the college football combo going. Tell us about Gutter Cap.
205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. The one thing you don't want to do after a long, hard week of work is get the dangerous ladder out and get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Make the phone call to Chris Stewart. Cap it, don't snap it. 205-823-2212. He will come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. It's back with a lifetime warranty. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Big hour number 2 here on the show. We're going to let Brown do a follow-up question on the tier of quarterbacks that we just were talking about with LT. But then we'll unveil our 40 and 40 team today, move right into a first of 2 4 downs today that LT has ready for us.
We got 2 possessions today.
Yes.
We're going to drive today.
Yeah.
A full drive, yeah.
8 downs today.
We might even score.
But we'll do 1 4 downs here and 1 in the final hour. The one in this hour will be on the Iowa Hawkeyes in college football. Oh, I just let it out of the bag.
Let's do it now, our 40 and 40.
We'll do it here in a second.
They are not involved in the quarterback conversation we're about to have.
They are not. Hashtag stand by, Iowa fans.
That's
you
right.
could be getting good or bad news about your team coming up this hour. That is being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking for a great place to jumpstart your weight loss right now in 2023, I hit a goal yesterday morning of 189. Excited about that. Down from what, Brownie? 206.
Wow, from when we were together in Louisville.
When Alabama was still playing basketball,
right,
206.
What did you say to him on that trip?
So it took you
Your shirt is very unbecoming.
3 months to drop 17?
Yeah, LT.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, thanks to our friends at Way to
Yeah,
Wellness. They do
that's
it
great.
in a very good and healthy way with our friends at Way to Wellness. Your journey to healthy living, all you have to do is go to the website, aplanforme.com, and take a look there. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your consultation is absolutely free. Leslie and her board-certified team, one of our great sponsors. They've been with us a long time. We appreciate them so much, our friends at Way to Wellness. You had a follow-up question for Lance there.
Well, 2 things. Lance, make that statement you made again, and I think I can do it.
really believe that we've got 30 to 35 quality quarterbacks, guys that can be on NFL rosters. To me, this could be the best year in the history of college football when it comes to quarterback play.
And I think you can thank the transfer portal for that. I think you can thank freedom of movement
because you're getting some QB2s moving around and getting a chance.
It's allowed people to get on the field, to be guaranteed they get on the field rather than sit behind a starter and maybe never even getting their shot.
That's a great observation.
So I think the freedom of movement in college football has led to what Lance is talking about because, I mean, we don't have to go person to person, but think about how many of those quarterbacks you would include in that group that are transfers. Now, they didn't necessarily have to transfer to play, but them transferring opened the door for somebody else to play.
Yeah, I'm just looking right now at 6, 7, 8, 8 guys out of my top 15
are transfers, right? Yeah. And they didn't necessarily have to transfer into play, but I think it has opened the door for more good quarterbacks. Or what it has allowed is a guy like, is Jaden Daniels in that group that you just had? Or is he in that 8? With all due respect to Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, and you know how much we love Coach Herm on this show, I don't think he was going to develop into that type of player in Tempe. I mean, he's better in Baton Rouge than I think he was going to be in Tempe.
Yeah, I would
agree.
So
the transfer Dunaway benefited him. So, I mean, I think transfer portal, with all the negative connotations it has and the frustrations people have with it, I do think it can do some good. I mean, I think the quality of quarterback play is probably where it is because of the transfer portal. It's become a more refined position over the years. Like, I think
it has.
I think we've learned, with all due respect to high school football coaches, I think they've learned probably better how to coach the mechanics of the quarterbacks. Or quarterbacks are going to more of a
lot of camps,
the camps and the quarterback schools, and
365 days a year.
So I think it's become it's more refined in the way it's taught now coming up.
And the growth of the 7-on-7s in the summers. I mean, Forrester will tell you there's 1,000 huge 7-on-7 tournaments that we used to have to cover when they started in the early 2000s, and they just continue to grow and grow, so much so that a former USFL executive has starting, I don't know if it's this summer or next summer.
I saw this.
A full 11-on-11 for top high school recruits so it can include linemen.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work.
So what's he starting? Is it a league or just a camp?
It's a 6-week league of high school prospects that will play basically summer league, almost like travel baseball or something in football.
It's 12 cities.
I just couldn't figure out if it was tackle full pads or not, because I don't know if we need to wear and tear like you. I mean, you can play basketball and baseball and softball and soccer on the reg, but I don't know if you can play a summer league football for 6 weeks and then flip around and play a season after
and
that.
they're looking, this model it's going to be based on ticket sales too. I don't know how
nobody
many,
will buy tickets.
Nobody's going to buy tickets. The other thing is 4 and 5 stars are already going to be signed and get their NIL deals.
Yeah.
So this is about NIL. You know, they can create an NIL for themselves, and it's about, you know, showcasing their skills. They've already done that. I mean, this is going to be a bunch of 3 and 4 stars.
But how long before something like that? I mean, in the world where Live Golf has just, you know, has just created what we've had in golf, how long till something like that takes off and a kid chooses to play in that rather than play high school football? I could see that happening. Like
so not play during the fall, just play in the summer?
Yeah, I mean, if because I'm playing against better competition and I am where all the college guys are looking, I mean, I'm just saying, if it gets to the point where college coaches are like, I got to go evaluate this thing, like they do the basketball camps, like how much of what a really stud basketball recruit, how much of it is what he's doing in places like the Peach Jam or what he's doing on his high school court? I think it's more what they see in those camps.
It's the travel ball.
That's right.
Because you take elite travel teams versus elite travel teams, and it's better competition.
Yeah, how long till that filters down to football?
I think it's totally different, though, in football because, you know, who's the kid, the defensive lineman from Clemson that's coming, Woods?
Peter Woods.
Peter Woods from Alabaster Thompson.
Yeah, Peter Woods did this at Thompson.
Oh, he did.
And I'm just saying, if you're a great player, you're going to get recognized in the fall. Why would you just not go on and get your
I think what Brown is saying, in basketball, they notice that if you are LeBron James or Kobe Bryant-esque, you're dominating your high school so badly, it's hard to get a fair judge of how good you really are, because you're scoring 60 a night.
Right.
Like it was Jelly who told us he put up 59 and on occasion in his high school basketball in Jersey.
That's right. And there is some sort of cachet to being invited as a basketball player into some of those camps where the coaches, John Calipari and those coaches, show up and they scout those camps. That says you're a good player. And if I've got this exclusive league and I'll use Peter Woods as an example. Hey, look, it's nice at Thompson. You want to come play against a bunch of guys that are all going to play college football so you can really show them how good you are?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
But if I'm going to get my scholarship anyway, why would I risk playing against those great guys
he's also
and
playing,
not looking as good?
He's also playing at a top-end program. I mean, that is a little bit different. I mean, if you're not playing at a top-end program where the resources aren't the same, I mean, I could see it happening. I really could.
But see, guys, I'm with LT. For this, I don't risk it. If I'm a quality recruit, I don't risk it. I assume you'd be doing this your summer before your senior year. I don't risk it because some people aren't playing their senior year. Some people are reclassifying and going in early.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, some people just, hey, I've already got my future planned. I'm going to skip my senior year. I'm going to go ahead and reclassify and go ahead and get to Ohio State so that I can get to Texas.
But to what Lance was talking about, Dylan Moses went to IMG.
Well, and
Dylan Moses was going to be recruited just the same at his high school in Louisiana or IMG.
Yeah, but Trip points us out the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We had Bo Scarborough on
same thing
the other day, and he went to IMG. Why would you just not go to IMG instead of go to this league?
Well, and that's true. That is a great point, and I'm sure that's what IMG is probably telling people. I thought Bo's answer to that, if you didn't see it, go back and watch our interview with Bo Scarborough. Lance asked him, basically, it's on our YouTube channel, what the educational situation was like at IMG.
Well, I asked if they really had a classroom.
Yeah,
I mean, do you guys, when I hear IMG, it's just 24/7 football.
It's a sports school.
They throw academy in there. I just assume when you wake up, you eat breakfast, you work out.
Yeah.
Then you go to the pool. Then you have lunch.
Yeah, Bo's answer was, we go to class, but it depends on which practice you're in. Basically, that's how the class schedule is set is, am I a morning practice or am I an afternoon practice?
All right, let's get to our 40 and 40 today. Today's team is going to be brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to college, no football, but 23 Division II fully funded scholarship sports at Montevallo. Check them out online at montevallo.edu. You'll find a perfect place for your son or daughter if they play sports or if they don't play sports. Great campus life, sororities, fraternities, wonderful schools there like a business school, teaching, whatever you need, new theater department, broadcasting school, and a lot more. And as a parent of a student at Montevallo, you'll love the price point. Check it out online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. I wonder who our Team 38 could be. Let's get Forrester to pull it up, unveil the team. Oh, my goodness. It's the Iowa Hawkeyes. Who guessed that earlier in the segment?
Oh, that was Donaway. I like that logo, though.
You like the logo?
It is a classic logo.
Yeah, I do.
They've stuck with it for a very long time. Weird thing about Iowa, Lance, since you brought that logo up. When I was a little kid, I think it's W8, I can't remember the station, but there's a station out of Iowa City that's one of the AM stations that's on full power, and they would replay the Iowa games on Saturday night. And as a little kid, my dad would turn that on my radio, and I'd fall asleep on Saturday night listening to Iowa football.
So were you a closet Iowa fan?
Not really, because they were never on TV. I mean, that was the only...
Was this the Chuck Long days?
It was, Chuck Long and Hayden Fry. I mean, this would have been early 80s when Chuck Long was the Heisman runner-up to Bo Jackson.
Kirk Ferentz is I want to call him a borderline elite coach. Because
borderline elite coach.
Oh, boy.
Well, the reason I say this, they were 8-5 last year, and they averaged under 19 points per game offensively in Big Ten play.
Which is why you're not elite, by the way.
I'm glad you bring it up. Rockstar Cut 2. Back during spring football, his son, Brian Ferentz, gets asked this question. Do you need to change your offensive philosophy at Iowa? Here's Brian Ferentz.
Does this offense need to change significantly, philosophy and everything, or do you just have to do better what you guys have been doing for years?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that talk from me?
No. Outside. More from us.
So, look, I'm going to approach my job the same way I've approached it for the last 11 seasons. My job is to help us win football games. We have a tried and true method. We know how we win. We know who we are. My job is to make sure we play to those strengths. And then on Saturdays, we're winning games, not losing them.
Yeah, well, see, that's a bunch of hooey is what that is.
Well, this is what you get when you hire your son.
Absolutely. And if his approach is the approach they've had for the last 10 years, then they'll be 8-5, 7-6. That's who they are over the last decade.
But Spencer Petras was not a good quarterback last year at all. And Cade McNamara, this is a guy that led Michigan. I know it was more defense and running the football to the 2021 college football playoff. So they're going to get an upgrade there. It is amazing that they were almost dead last in total yards, 251 yards per game. There were 3 teams that averaged more rushing yards than that. There were 47 teams in football that averaged more passing yards than they averaged total offense.
Wow. That's an amazing stat.
Please. Say that one more time.
47 teams average more passing yards than Iowa averaged total yards.
Total yards.
But you get your entire offensive line returns. You know, defensively, it seems to never be a problem at Iowa. You do lose some big names off that defense. Jack Campbell was a great linebacker. Lucas Van Ness is a guy that went in the first round off that defensive line. Riley Moss, one of the best cornerbacks in the Big Ten. And you avoid Ohio State and Michigan this year, which I think is big. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if Iowa wins the West.
Okay, so that's another team that we've thrown out in our 40 and 40. I mean, who the hell does Ohio State and Michigan play this year?
Well, it's all these teams we've got sneaking in our 40 and 40 that avoid Ohio State and Michigan.
Yeah.
Because it was Illinois the other day, right?
That's right,
yeah.
at number 40.
Yeah, so look, I am not high on this team at all. In fact, I think it's a really tough September to start the season for them. I mean, they could get in a hole that they're digging out of the rest of September.
Especially if Iowa State bounces back.
Yeah, I mean, they're at Iowa State. That is a under-the-radar fun rivalry I actually like to watch. As bad as Iowa football is to watch, I like watching that game. They're at Penn State, which they'll be a significant underdog, I would assume, in that game. That is
I wouldn't say significant. I'd say 6 or 7.
Primetime CBS game, 7:30 or 6:30 CBS game for that one. And then they host Michigan State to end September. I think it's a tricky September schedule for them.
Yeah, so Iowa's in at number 38 in our 40 and 40 countdown. You see their schedule up there on the screen. That gets us to one of 2 4-downs today. That is brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Great place to go to lunch. You can swing by there today, get a slice and a salad, or just pick up a whole pizza.
Yeah, I'm thinking Friday we might need to have a pizza party, even though
Let's
we're
do
here.
it. Let's do it.
I don't know what you guys would order. If you could order one pizza today?
I'd go soul pie. Last time I went there, I went with a hot mama, which was very good, but I'd go back to the soul pie here.
I love the hot mama, but I think I'd go back to my first love there would be the spicy Hawaiian.
Yeah, and I think I would go with the Bajaya Special. So we can mix it up. We're looking forward to our pizza party on Friday. But get into one of those 4 great locations, the original in Lakeview. There's one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park, operated by the Bajaya brothers. Get in, tell them the Next Round sent you for more information. It's local pizza, local ingredients, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Who retires first, Nick Saban or Kirk Ferentz?
I will say Kirk Ferentz. I think I'm going to read the room here, Dunaway. The athletic director, Gary Bardell, longtime athletic director, steps down. When I brought that up the other day, you said that feels like the move of, I don't want to be the guy that has to do this. I can retire and don't have to worry about it. His son, literally to keep his job, has to score like 20 points a game. I mean, that's how crappy their offense has gotten. He's got to hit so many points per game to keep his job, and that is his son, who is his offensive coordinator, who he has gotten pissed when people ask if you're going to fire the guy.
That's right. And it'll be one of those situations after another mediocre offensive year that they'll be like, hey, you got to fire your son. You got to move away from him. And he's like, I will quit before I do that. And they're like, okay.
And the new AD says, all right, thank you.
There's your retirement.
Makes it a lot easier on me.
In fact, I'm going to go ahead and call the shot that our team at number 40, Brett Bielema, wins 7 or 8 games this year, and that his old school Kirk Ferentz also wins 7 and 8 games at 38 in our rankings. Ferentz retires to avoid being fired, and Brett Bielema moves from Illinois to Iowa. So I'm going to say Ferentz retires before Saban.
Second down.
I'm with Jim on that.
More wins this year, Iowa or the Auburn Tigers?
I think Auburn's a 7, 8, 9 win team. They can get as high as 9. I don't think they'll go below 7, and I don't think Iowa gets above 8. So I'm going to take the Auburn Tigers.
I think I'm with Jim on this one. I mean, at Wisconsin feels like a loss. At Nebraska feels like a loss. At Penn State is a loss, I think. At Iowa State, I mean, they're road games. I don't know how many road games they win. So, yeah, I think I'll go Auburn with this one as well.
Look, I'm high on Auburn. I think I would take Iowa for a stake. More wins.
And you think Auburn can win 8 games?
Yeah, I do.
That's a 9-win Iowa team.
I think Iowa can win 9. They won 8 games last year with one of the worst offenses we've ever seen.
They doubled down on that by keeping the offensive coordinator, which is amazing.
I've lived this Auburn story so many times in my career that you think they're down and out.
Trust me. I think Auburn's going to be good this year.
Yeah.
And I could say Daniel's right. I could see Auburn and Iowa in the Capital One Bowl.
I mean, you really could.
For a stake.
You could close your eyes and see that happening 100%.
Yeah, both sitting at 8-4, and whoever wins that game, it's a stake.
They're whatever we call the Outback Bowl now.
Yeah. I think it's both are going to be right around 8, but I just lean because the schedule is more difficult for Auburn than Iowa.
The only reason I want to watch Iowa football this year is because their offensive coordinator has to score 25 points a game to keep his job. That's the only reason I even want to watch him, because that's actually more entertaining than normal Iowa football.
So that's in his contract?
Yes, 25 points per game, or they can fire him.
Hey, you know what? Watch some second half. If you're
That's
playing,
why I'm saying it.
If they're playing Western Michigan in Lance Taylor's first year, yeah. And if they have an opportunity to run the score up,
they'll do it in a heartbeat.
You know he will.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that throughout, but I'll do the state bet.
Okay.
To make Auburn fans happy, I will take Auburn to win more games than Iowa this year.
Third down.
Hey, what is the tougher job? Is it Iowa or Kentucky?
Well, I think Mark Stoops is showing you, by the way, that's Iowa tie right there, too.
Another good.
I don't know why you would leave Kentucky for
No
that job.
way I'd leave Kentucky.
Because I think Stoops is showing you Kentucky's the better of the two jobs. So I'd say Iowa's tougher.
Yeah, I think Iowa is tougher.
I mean, if you think Ferentz is an elite coach, Stoops has been better than him, borderline elite.
I said borderline, and when you look at, so he's going into year 25, but 7 years, he's had double-digit win seasons. And they just don't have 5 stars, and he develops players. I mean, how many Iowa Hawkeyes are playing in the NFL right now?
Jack Campbell this past year, right?
Yeah. Lucas Van Ness. I mean, all those guys. I mean, I think they had 3 or 4 guys drafted this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tight end you, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I personally think Kentucky's the tougher job because of the schedules that they have to play in the SEC. I mean, I think Stoops would sign up for the schedule we just saw for Iowa. He'd say, I'd take that schedule right now and not have to play Georgia, not have to play Tennessee.
I think Kentucky, I always look at recruiting base, and the state of Kentucky doesn't put out a ton of great players, and they lose a lot of them, i.e. Sean Alexander and Damian Harris, two that came to Alabama. But you also can recruit that Southern Ohio area, and Stoops has done okay recruiting. That's good high school football in the state of Ohio.
He very smart. Stoops, what he did, he's like, I'm going to go sell the SEC North to come to Kentucky into Big Ten country, as opposed to going to Florida, Georgia, Louisiana,
and beat my head against the wall there
to try to convince him to come to the furthest north in the SEC.
Landmine Believer over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Ferentz had him 1 game away from the college football playoff in 2015. That was a goal line stand by Michigan State. Michigan State ultimately went and got destroyed by Alabama. But Kentucky hadn't even played in the SEC championship.
They have not. They have not.
And that's why I go Kentucky with a tougher job.
I will say they have been in a game against Georgia where if they win the game, they go to Atlanta. I mean, I know that's not going to Atlanta, but that is playing one of the best programs in America where if I beat them, I go to Atlanta.
And Stoops and Calipari can argue all they want. Still a basketball school.
Do you think Iowa's a football school? Do you think of it as one?
I do. I
it's
know.
Pretty balanced.
I know their
close.
Basketball history is really great, but
I think football school
I think
them.
they're
It
a
is
football school.
really, really close.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
And I'll be honest with you. I feel the Big Ten has some better mixes of football, basketball schools than other conferences.
Like Michigan State's a good example. Like Michigan State, they've had a really Judd Heathcote and Tom Izzo.
I think Michigan is one, too.
Yeah, Michigan's pretty cool. I still think Michigan football school, though.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like Michigan State's one of those where you have to really think hard on it. They got a good history in both.
Ohio State's football. But
absolutely football.
Wisconsin's pretty even up for me.
And then you got something like Indiana's clear basketball, Ohio State's clear football. There's some that's no argument.
Who plays for another conference championship first, Iowa or Colorado?
Well, I mean, it looks like Colorado's headed back to the Big 12. They've got a Board of Trustees meeting today that's got a secret item on the agenda that only involves legal issues as it pertains to athletics.
Say that again. I mean, hard to decipher that one.
Yeah.
What could it be, guys?
So everyone in the world thinks they're going to go behind closed doors to talk about the legalese and the move to the Big 12. So it looks like they're going back to the Big 12. I don't know if that makes it easier or harder for Colorado. With Texas and Oklahoma leaving, I'm kind of inclined to say Colorado's got a better shot at a Big 12 championship than a Pac-12 championship, but I don't know what the future of the Pac-12 is going to look like.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to see Iowa be one of the top 2 teams with USC coming into this season.
I think I'd go Colorado.
With USC, Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, I don't see it. I'd go Colorado.
Yeah, I mean,
too.
they got to be in the top two. They can't just feast on a bad division. They got to be top two in that.
I think I would go Colorado.
Yeah.
And Deion he's got a little buzz in recruiting, so I'd go Colorado with that. That's our 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Great place to go to lunch.
Created by the late Jeff Pajaya, a really, really good friend, and the legacy continues with his brothers, Chris and Jason. 4 great locations. Local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, when we come back, we won't get into all of what Brad Crawford is going to talk about, but we'll set the table on 1 or 2 items about the 2024 SEC football schedule, which will be announced 1 week from tonight, by the way. It's next week, next Wednesday night.
Appointment viewing.
We will get the SEC Network unveiling of the 2024 conference schedule. Some things that have to be on there, and we'll talk about that and then get Brad Crawford to break it down for us at the top of the hour. This is the next round right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
LT, tell us about Woodhouse Day Spa, and then we're going to do something. I love doing this on the show, and Forrester's going to have to endure this for the second time. But we've done this for LT many times over the years. But I had one of those dreams last night that I could not wake up from. I wanted to wake up so badly. And I finally woke up at 3 o'clock and never really could go back to sleep.
So what? Forrester's already heard this once, so he's going to figure it out.
Forrester and I get here in the mornings. We share coffee.
And dreams.
and he has to endure my early morning personality. So
Yeah.
you tell us about Woodhouse, and then I'm going to tell you the dream, and you guys tell me what that dream means.
By the way, Jelly Walker was in my dream last night.
Really?
Jelly Walker
And he
was?
got mentioned
And
on
I
the show.
didn't think about it until you mentioned it on the show. That happens a lot to me. Is I don't remember
That's
my
a
dreams
weird
until I
feeling,
get a
isn't it?
jar.
Yeah.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury. Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Center, is right off of Highway 280. Father's Day is a week from Sunday. Dad would love this. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online. Or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey and Stuart, the guys from the Next Round, sent you.
Okay, now I want Taylor and Kelsey out in the command center, just some female voices, to sort of chime in on this at some point, too, in the commercial break. But listen up, Rockstar, and Tyler's already heard this because I was telling Brown in the bathroom, didn't know Tyler.
Oh, was that Tyler? Thank God. I thought it was a complete stranger.
I didn't know Tyler was in there.
Yeah.
Tyler came out of a stall laughing, and I was like, what are you laughing at? And he's like, you've got to stop doing those late night things you do that make you dream like that.
Yeah, because you were in the middle of telling this dream, and somebody walked in after you had said it was a dream, and I'm like, whoever's hearing this thinks Dunaway's telling a story here, and it makes zero sense.
Now, honestly, were you on an edible last night? Because I have different...
I was not.
Okay.
No.
I have very vivid, strange dreams when I take an edible.
I may have had a relaxing toke on what we like to call a vape pen.
Okay.
Interesting.
I love the relaxing toke.
Yeah.
Those are the best.
one
Not
of those
that stressful toke.
One of those where you go.
All right, so here's Dunaway's dream. And
After, by the way, shooting, for me, a great round of golf, 82 at a non-sponsor, next round sponsor golf course, that is more difficult than the one I usually play. But I played at a sponsored golf course, part of the next round family, Bent Brook, the day before, where I, from further tee back, shot an 84, and then I backed it up with an 82 yesterday. So I'm on fire in golf. So I'm having a great week of golf.
And I gave Dunaway a tip on this course, and he comes in talking about how well he played. I was like, oh, so you used my tip? Because now I kind of forgot it.
No, I don't. I may have. I just didn't consciously do it. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
I never thought I'd see a day where you play more golf than Brown.
It really is crazy.
I only played 6 of the last 7 days.
Yes.
And the only reason I haven't played
insanity.
Only reason I haven't played 7 straight days is because I had to count those damn votes.
That's right.
I bet I haven't played 6 times the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just love being outside. Good group of friends.
We're playing together tomorrow.
Went and ate steak.
Who?
Me and Dunaway.
Okay.
Had some wine last night. So I go to sleep, and then I have this dream.
Okay.
I'm at my church, Asbury United Methodist, and there's no one else there. Can't tell in the dream while I'm there. I don't know if I'm the prayer circle, if I'm doing maintenance work or what. But I'm there.
I'm going to say it's not maintenance work.
And nobody's there. Yeah. It's just me. Then all of a sudden, this large van pulls up outside, and the door.
Is it like a 16-passenger van, like a church van type deal?
It's just a van, like those Mercedes that you see.
Okay, I got you. Okay, continue.
But
Sprinter van.
Sprinter, yeah.
But inevitably, it's not a realistic dream because it becomes virtually Noah's Ark, but it's not 2x2. They open the door, Rockstar, and animals start pouring out. There are cats, some nice, some mean, just house cats. There are dogs. There's wildebeest.
Wildebeest?
Wildebeest.
We're from Wilder.
There are birds, thousands of birds flying around.
Yeah, out of this one van.
Now, there's no snakes or anything, but all these animals are pouring out. There's a horse that gets out of this van. It's just a bunch of animals pouring out of this thing.
Okay, all right.
And they start pushing open the door of the church, and they're coming to the church. Like they're all leaving this van, and they're all in the parking lot, but they're coming into the church now.
Like the animals overwhelmed the door. And
I can't hold the door, so now I'm in there, and it's chaos.
Yeah.
There's chaos.
Not the crazy part yet. Y'all wait for the crazy part.
So, and all the birds have flown into our new sanctuary, which is massive, and they're just covered up in there, and they're pooping over everything, and everything's getting destroyed. And there's cats and dogs and wildebeest and other things, giraffes and horses.
Just wait.
And then here comes Nick Saban walking through the door.
I swear to God, I was going to say Nick Saban.
Right?
Here comes Nick Saban walking through the door. And he's got his entourage with him, and he's like,
was it a bright light, Jim?
Jim, take my hand.
Was it really bright?
I'm not saying there's 12 people with him.
Jim, did you have
a group of people with him?
Did you have to hide behind the cleft of the rock and just see the afterglory?
And he's walking in. He's walking in, and I'm like, Nick, I'm sorry, Nick, and he doesn't hear me, or he's not paying attention.
Most realistic part of the dream
He's
is
just walking past me, and I'm like, Nick, I'm sorry, Nick, and he won't stop. He walks into the sanctuary, and he goes, my goodness, what is going on? And one of his assistants hands him a Coke in a can, a Coca-Cola Classic,
right?
And he opens it up, and it scares the birds to one side. So they hand him another one, and he opens it up, and he's using the Coke cans as he's opening them up to flush the birds out of the sanctuary and then outside. And then, I'm having to deal with the cats and the wildebeest and all of them, and they're snapping at me, and I've got a stick and poking them out. And that was my dream last night. So it involved Saban, religion, one of our sponsors, Coca-Cola. So dissect that one for me.
Good luck, Lance.
I am going to assume, there is a lot of reality in dream, and you are going to end up, for whatever reason, at the Birmingham Zoo, and Saban's going to be there with his 9 and 3-year-old grandkids.
That's a good possibility.
And the weed did help that.
Relaxing, Toke.
Brown, can you do you have a dissection of that one? Our audience, I always love when you guys come rolling in with that. Richard says you're just reliving keeping the team safe at Tennessee.
I
was trying to keep the church safe.
I agree with Rockstar. I think there is some sort of deity that Nick Saban, the spot of deity that he holds in your life,
in your church, and he comes to rescue the day.
Yeah. Oh, he's on your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I think
he is the Mount Rushmore.
I think your Meemaw, the one that used to spit tobacco.
Yeah,
she's up there.
Troy's right. You idolize Saban. I think that's part of it. Yeah, I think there's. I don't know how the animals factor into this.
Who else would you guys put on Dunaway's Mount Rushmore?
Taylor Swift, Nick Saban,
his
Meemaw, and
for the record, Nanny. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So Taylor Swift, Nick Saban, Nanny,
it was Dan Patrick for a while, but he kind of disappeared.
Goose, you're right. There were no elephants.
Would it be some kind of foot? Somebody's foot?
Yeah, just a foot. A foot.
There was a SportsCenter host the other day. I was going to point out to you guys, but she wasn't up during
Earnhardt Sr. might be
Earnhardt, yeah, I don't know. No, he was more of a Tony Stewart guy, Jim was.
I was a Tony Stewart guy. I hate to say it because he died, but I was cheering against Earnhart that day.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Hugh Grant, because all he does is in romantic comedies.
I'm surprised you didn't have Earnhardt to win the race that day.
Oh, God,
Lance.
Chris says it's definitely hero worship there.
Yeah, I think that's it. What were you going to talk about the SportsCenter anchor that was wearing a prom dress the other day?
No, she just had the kind of heels that I like on a good-looking woman's foot.
Was it Linda Cohn?
No,
it wasn't Linda.
It's that blonde girl that was on at lunch, and she was wearing her prom dress. I'd never seen anybody that dressed up to host SportsCenter.
Yeah, but she had a really good tan or a spray-on tan with only the bottom of the feet was white and tan to that line that doesn't see the sun.
Do you like the tan foot?
Yeah, I like the tan lines. I'm always a big fan of the tan line.
So if they had like the golfer sock tan line,
I got
for
that.
A girl. I know you do, but for a girl, would that be bad?
I'm a tan line guy. I like a tan line.
They're debating in the chat room, Rockstar, if Lance is on Jim's Mount Rushmore, that it would be Taylor Swift, Nick Saban, Nanny, and Lance.
I don't think so. Like I saw Dunaway at brunch. I invited him to my pool on Sunday, and he didn't come over. So
he's got to count the votes. He had to count the votes by himself all day. Could have had golf.
Is that why you've only played 6 or 7 days?
Well, that was it.
Yeah, I just said that I would have played 7 of 7 if I didn't have to count the votes on Sunday. Because all my friends,
the price of democracy.
All my friends' wives were out of town, so they're all back today. So golf has ended. Brown, luckily, has thrown me a lifeline tomorrow.
That's right. We're back on tour tomorrow.
Get back at it tomorrow.
Just you two playing?
No, we're playing with a couple other guys.
All right, that's my dream. Thanks for trying to dissect that. If you guys come up with something better than me worshiping Saban, I mean, where's the animals come into this?
Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't know.
Me
I
not
don't
being able.
animals.
I couldn't protect my house. Couldn't protect the house. Couldn't keep all
That's
the
true.
animals.
Not
out.
having the elephants in it's the weird part.
Yeah.
unless Nick Saban was representative of the elephant.
Could it mean that Alabama's going to lose a lot of games this year? It was just chaos?
To the wildebeest.
No, if this was last week, I would have equated this to Maggie's out of town and you're overwhelmed with 2 dogs.
Oh, that could have been it.
Because you were, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I love them.
I think Charles has got it. Things are out of your control. You look to higher powers to restore order. And Nick Saban's your higher power.
That's good.
And that dream. He was the God figure in that dream.
Charles, so you sort of do this for a living, though, don't you?
Well, she's just in the chat room. She can't talk to us.
You talking about she's like a psychologist?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
or a therapist?
Yeah, I mean, she could be a therapist. Yeah.
Al from Dadeville. This is clearly PTSD from Knoxville last year. Everything was flying by me. I couldn't control it. All I was doing is trying to protect Saban. Yep.
Yeah, it is. I think there's some PTSD in there. Yep.
All right. We'll get now to the one thing that has to happen coming up in the 2024 schedule when it's released 1 week from tonight, after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
That's right. When we finally get around to those college games, you can play them at mybookie.ag. The NBA Finals. Lance, still 2.5. Is that where we are tonight?
That's where we are right now.
Denver, a 2.5-point favorite on the road at Miami. You can play that one right there. Plenty of Major League Baseball action. You can even still lock in futures on your favorite club, like to win the World Series, things like that. Crazy boosted odds in the MyBookie money bag. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round to get that first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It is simple. You deposit $200, say, play with $300 instantly. That's the way it works, up to $1,000 with mybookie.ag. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round. mybookie.ag, code next round.
What would be the odds in Vegas, LT, of Texas and Texas A&M when they announce it from 2024 that they definitely will be on that schedule?
Playing each other.
Playing each other, yes.
I would say the odds are 90%.
90%.
I would say 100.
I mean, it's impossible for them not to play the first year.
Yep.
Yeah. I would.
It's the game everybody wants to see.
I almost go 100% too, because the excitement level for that game and not that the SEC needs anything like that, but it's going to be next level.
But more importantly, the SEC is making the schedule. And Ross Bjork, from day one at the SEC meetings here in Birmingham, when it came out in the Houston Chronicle that Texas and Oklahoma were joining the league.
Yeah.
And then Sankey eventually confirmed it. Ross Bjork's been saying, I've been told, I'm been assured by the SEC office that when we play Texas next, the first time will be at Kyle Field. And he has never backed off of that. Kyle Field. So 1 week from tonight, not only do I expect Texas and Texas A&M to play each other, I expect the SEC office to have a very tough answer for Texas. You're coming to the league, but by the way,
you go to Kyle Field.
The first year, you're going to College Station.
Oh, I put it in Austin just because of Bjork, what he's been saying. I really would.
If you're Sankey?
Yeah, I mean, what does A&M do for the league?
They're part of it.
No, I get that.
And they came here before Texas did.
Yeah, but they're not an original member.
Yeah, but they came here before Texas did.
I would guarantee you, the games I would guarantee you are on the SEC schedule. Iron Bowl, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Zero chance that's not on there. I think Alabama, Tennessee is 100%.
Cocktail Party.
Cocktail Party's 100%.
Auburn, Georgia.
Auburn, Georgia is 100% in addition to the Iron Bowl. I would say Egg Bowl, obviously, is 100%. And I would say once you get past those five,
Red River.
I'm willing to say the next ones I will guarantee you are the Red River and Texas A&M. I think there's 6 and 7 in the guarantees that I would have for you on the 2024 SEC schedule.
And some of like Jacksonville for the Cocktail Party, we assume 1 week from tonight, though, that you're going to give the traditional SEC rivalries to keep the home and homes going in the right direction. Like you wouldn't make Alabama go to Auburn in back-to-back years. You wouldn't make if LSU and Alabama's on there, which I assume it would be, you wouldn't make LSU come to Tuscaloosa in back-to-back years. You're going to try to work that out.
Yeah, I would agree. And so, but like with Auburn and Georgia, for instance, like the Cocktail Party, it doesn't really matter who the home team is, right? If you need Georgia to be the visitor 2 straight years in that game to manipulate their home schedule, it's very easy to do, or Florida. And the same is true with Texas and Oklahoma since they play that neutral site game.
Yeah, but there could be some toes stepped on.
Oh, there will be.
By next week. I'm just fascinated to see when we talk to Brad, because he has his projection and he has some interesting matchups and how many times Oklahoma, Texas shows up on, other people's schedules. It'll be which ones they show up on. It'll be an interesting because this is a one-off. It's no way tied to the 2025 when the permanent rotation starts. It's the one-off. So if you are handed a really tough, dominant schedule, it's a message from the office and from the TV makers that, hey, these are the ones ESPN and ABC really want to see. These are the marquee games that we can offer.
And I think the ones I listed for you there, that 6 or 7 games, those are the ones they want. ESPN hasn't had the cocktail party in forever. It was mandated by the SEC, that game go on CBS.
It's been on CBS for 20 years.
It was an SEC mandate because last time they played it in prime time, there was a really bad alcohol-related incident. And from that point on, they're like, we're not going to let that game end at midnight Eastern. That game's going to end in time for everybody, to have a chance to get where they're going safely.
Yeah.
And from that point on, it's been mandated 2:30. I don't know if that will continue, but I suspect it will.
I'm just if I'm a TV provider, and we'll talk to Brad at Crawford about this at the top of the hour. I want Georgia and Alabama to play Texas and Oklahoma. And now you've just gotten
you want them to play both, or you just want some sort of matchup?
I need those 4 teams to have 2 games. So that means I would do Georgia, Texas, and I would do Alabama, Oklahoma.
So yesterday, Dean Blevins, former Oklahoma quarterback, now sports anchor in Oklahoma City, does the Brent Venables show, the coaches show, and has done the coaches show for years, going back to Bob Stoops. He reported that everybody at Oklahoma thinks Alabama's going to Owen Field, that they're playing at Oklahoma year 1. So it's not just that you got Alabama, Oklahoma. It's actually going to be in Norman.
Got to play somewhere.
Well, Alabama's not going to play them all at home.
And so do you give Texas, Georgia in Austin? And that's your welcome to the league. We're going to send our two of our marquee teams for home games.
I'll go back and look, but I think Dean's reporting was it's their first game. That is Oklahoma. So, yes, to your point, that is Oklahoma's welcome to the SEC. Here's Alabama at your place. And I could see them doing that in Austin, too. Welcome to the SEC. Here's Georgia at your place.
So that tells me, Brown, that even though we're announcing it next Wednesday night, the schools already know their schedule?
I think there's a pretty good chance because some of them are having to probably exercise some – well, I don't know if they're having to exercise some buyouts. Potentially exercise some buyouts to move games around. Maybe not, though. That could not be the case.
Well,
but I would guess schools probably know. Dean's pretty well connected. I'm not saying Dean's got it 100% right, but he's pretty well connected at Oklahoma.
How about that? We'll bring that back later in the show for discussion as well. Just interesting. Can't wait 1 week from tonight, but it sounds like some of it will leak on out. Maverick Hammerfist, that Oklahoma Stadium's a dump. They've upgraded it considerably since the last time Alabama was there.
Did you find it to be a dump at that game?
Yeah, a little bit. They were doing some kind of renovation on it.
Yeah, that was the start of a 2-part renovation. So, land my believer, Alabama will 100% play Oklahoma. Probably be a couple of years before they play Texas because they just played them. They are wrapping up that Texas series.
Yeah.
But I would assume if I'm ESPN/ABC, Georgia and Texas would be one game I'd want to see on that schedule.
I'd love to have it, no doubt. Why would you not? Yeah.
Quick break here. Show being brought to you today in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Get your opportunity to get out there right now and crank up that grill in the summer of 2023, LT.
Yeah, and I'd be thinking about Father's Day right now. Grill out for your old man. He'd absolutely love the great product that is the New York Butcher Shop. The finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Caba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Sports figure passing away. We'll jump into Iron Sheik memories. So get Lunsford's mic ready to go. You got no memory of Iron Sheik?
Wow.
Well, we got some out here.
Oh, he's a wrestling icon.
One of the best Twitters ever.
Yeah, his Twitter's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Brown, tell us about A+, and then we'll talk about that a bit.
Yeah, so A+ is the one that redid the master bath at my house. They can do kitchens, too. And, in fact, right now, they've got options where you can get 0% financing for the first 12 months. So how about if you don't have the cash ready to do it right now, but you'll know, hey, over a year's time, I can pay this off comfortably. Call my man Brad Bell and see if you can qualify. That's a great way of doing it, by the way, because, listen, these are expenditures that you want to make, but you don't have the full thing budgeted. You're just waiting till that budget gets there to pull the trigger on it. You don't have to wait anymore. Here's the number, 205-422-1758. That is 205-422-1758. Scott is showing you, if you're watching us on our video platforms, give us a thumbs up while you're there. My old bathroom, and you look at that and you're like, that's a fine bathroom. It was a fine bathroom. It's just not what we wanted it to look like. And we'd owned the house for a little bit, like most of you would kick the can down the road. Finally, Jennifer Brown said, we are doing this right now. And she scoured the internet. She found the best contractor, and that was Brad Bell. 205-422-1758, A+ Tile Home Remodeling, anywhere in Alabama. And again, options for that bathroom or home remodel at 0% financing for 12 months. When you call my man Brad Bell, 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. A+ Tile Home Remodeling.
The Iron Sheik 81 has passed away. His social media accounts making the announcement.
That's a good run for a wrestler.
Yeah, boy, it is.
They do seem to die faster than the average.
Yeah, I mean, look, rough life. A lot of them have substance abuse problems, a lot of steroids.
But
variety of reasons.
You know, the Iron Sheik was never one of those guys, though, that was going to look like the Ultimate Warrior or a Hulk Hogan, where he was just cut up on the steroids. That was just kind of his thing.
I didn't realize that he was like a real wrestler. You know, Greco-Roman wrestling
Yeah.
style.
From the Olympics, right?
Yeah, and he was in I mean, obviously the Munich games in 1972, I mean, those are pretty infamous. He was an assistant coach on the U.S. team that year.
Oh, wow. Born in Iran, I see here in his Wikipedia
Well,
page.
he used to wear the name Iran on his wrestling tights. And the thing I like about the Iron Sheik is he was a villain from day one and embraced it. And he was such a good villain. Like, Rockstar Wrestling is no good without the villains. And Iron Sheik
Correct.
was such a good one.
But the thing was, my exposure to him more than WWF when I was a kid, because didn't really follow Iron Sheik, was his appearances on Howard Stern. What they would do is he'd always have to have tall boys. This is like 6 a.m. in the morning, and he's pounding tall boys. And Richard or Sal would go via satellite, quote unquote, in the next room and dress up like Macho Man and just talk shit to him. And he would go off the walls. I mean, I'm sure he was playing it up, but just his mouth. If you look at his Twitter,
it's awful.
Loves a good old F-bomb. Doesn't like a lot of things.
No,
but his appearances were so great on that show.
His last tweet before the tweet announcing his death, which was, obviously on his Twitter account, was F the Canadian wildfires.
Malibu's Most Wanted is a better movie than effing Notebook. Hello, Carly Rae Jepsen. Don't you ever, ever, ever effing call me.
You guys guess who his best man was at his wedding?
Hulk Hogan.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
No, I mean, he and Hulk Hogan had a feud that I think they legitimately disliked one another. I don't know if that's ever.
He said on Howard that Hulk stole his marijuana.
Yeah,
his marijuana.
It was Mean Gene.
Mean Gene Okerlund was his best.
Really?
Oh man, he'd have been my officiant.
They kind of look alike.
Yeah,
you would have been the one. I now pronounce you Iron Maiden.
That's pretty good, by the way. I love me some Mean Gene Okerlund. Yeah, but the Iron Sheik was one of those. Like, to me, that is the heyday of wrestling, Rockstar. The 80s WWF.
The lights of the concession or the concourse up there looks like he's stuffing something that's reflecting off the lights into Hulk Hogan's mouth in that picture.
Jabroni.
That was the camel clutch right there, though. That was his finishing move. He had him in the camel clutch.
Did he ever use those points on his boots?
I don't think so.
For evil?
I don't think so.
Yeah. The Iron Sheik. Not in my top 10 of greatest wrestlers of all time.
Well, Michael says he and Sergeant Slaughter, I think, had a good rivalry, and I think that's right because Sergeant Slaughter was like United States. We just turned Iran into this big villain in wrestling, which I guess at some point we've been against Iran, but they were much bigger villains in the 80s. But Sergeant Slaughter was like this United States military, and he was basically the enemy. So yeah. They had a good rivalry.
Well, I mean, during the WWF, when the Sheik was wrestling, they did have, quite a few of our citizens held hostage for a certain number of times.
That's right, yeah. But that was the heyday of wrestling to me. For me, that was the heyday of wrestling. And Iron Sheik was one of the ones I used to like the little wrestling figurines you could buy.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and Iron Sheik was one of them. You could get him. So to me, that meant he was high end.
How about this? In May of '87, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
I used to love Hacksaw Jim Duggan, too.
And the Iron Sheik were pulled over by New Jersey State Police on the way to a WWF event. Duggan was suspected of DUI. After a search of the vehicle, police discovered Duggan was under the influence of marijuana while the Sheik was high on cocaine.
Yeah, it's very believable.
That sounds like an old classic Eagles song, and the Sheik was high on cocaine. The Iron Sheik passing away at the age of 81. When we come back, we talk to Brad Crawford about the schedule that's going to be announced 1 week from tonight. And he's got a pretty good list there that could be very realistic. I'd be excited if Brad's list is exactly right. That'd be a great schedule for 2024. We'll talk to him about that coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. We've told you earlier this hour, a great place to go get lunch and also perfect for weekend dates as well.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients. If you want to be the hero, take the family home that curbside carry out. It's available 7 days a week. You get the 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of those great specialty pizzas, local pizza, local ingredients. Go tell the Bajalia Brothers the Next Round sent you. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Excited to talk to Brad Crawford now. We always point out that when Brad's on, he usually lines up his helmets behind him in the order he thinks the teams will finish in the SEC. So we'll point that out. We'll give you the email address so all the Alabama fans can email him once this is over with.
Does he go left to right or right to left?
He goes left to right, and he also teams he thinks plays in Atlanta will have bigger helmets, smaller ones for the teams that'll be in non-New Year's Six bowl games. So, however, we haven't seen it yet, but we'll see how he has that broken down here in just a second. But Brad will join us to talk about the schedule projections, and I think he's got a good list. Officially, we find out 1 week from tonight in some SEC network programming. Looking forward to that, Brownie.
All right, let's talk to him. 24/7 Sports at B Crawford 247 is where you follow him on Twitter. Welcome in, Brad. How are you today?
Thanks for having me, fella. I'm looking forward to seeing this schedule release next week and see how close it mirrors some of my projections.
Wow, Georgia, LSU, Alabama is his projection on the helmets. Wow. Wow, Brad.
Well, you got it right from
All
last
chalk,
year.
All chalk, baby.
Hey, the first one I want to jump out with is your prediction for the Auburn Tigers. I mean, my gosh, if you are even close here, this is a brutal, brutal schedule for the Auburn Tigers.
That's scary, right? I mean, having to play Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, Alabama, Georgia. Going to be another one. You know, the biggest thing the league office is going to have to do over these next few days. Look, we know these schedules have pretty much already been finalized, just sort of, waiting for the announcement. But they want to protect as many primary and secondary rivalries as possible. So we're going to get the Iron Bowl next year. We know that. Going to see the Egg Bowl. Going to see Georgia, Auburn. One rivalry that I'm not sold that we're going to see in 2024 is Alabama, Tennessee. I do think Nick Saban's recent comments on LSU and Tennessee, might get one of those two games off the slate. If that does happen, fellas, I think South Carolina goes to Bama next year. Gamecocks have not played in Tuscaloosa since 2009. And that was the Steven Garcia, Mark Ingram game.
Yeah, where Mark Ingram became quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he basically ran the Wildcat up and down the field. Yeah.
Had like 238 or something in that game. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to ask you. You really, if you're Texas and Oklahoma, you're the TV partners. You got to drool over the fact of going. Okay, I want to. Not only do I want to see Texas and Oklahoma, I want to see Texas and Oklahoma play some marquee SEC teams. So let's look at Texas' schedules and Oklahoma's schedule, and just tell me the ones you think are just made for TV. With them being in the SEC, nothing says they're in the SEC more than what games?
Yeah, I think Texas LSU is going to be played next year. Longhorns going to Baton Rouge would be outstanding television. Steve Sarkisian against Brian Kelly. I think we're going to see the A&M Texas rivalry renewed. I know I've heard from some sources this week that they expect the first home game in that series to be for the Aggies. So Texas at Kyle Field next year, that's likely to happen. And then Oklahoma, Texas, and Dallas, they're not going to stop playing that game. That's huge in the Big 12 right now. It's going to be arguably even bigger in the SEC with more eyes. And then one game that I think might be on Texas' schedule next season, might not make Florida fans too happy, but Gators hosting Texas in the Swamp. That'd be a very exciting matchup.
Brad Crawford is with us. You can read his projections 24/7 Sports at BCrawford247, at BCrawford247 on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I want to touch on something you mentioned there. I mean, It makes sense. I remember when A&M came to the conference, their first conference game was hosting Florida. I mean, it makes sense that your first conference game is very likely going to be a home game for Oklahoma and Texas, and also a premier home game.
Yeah, I think A&M's first SEC home game. You're right, but their first SEC game wasn't it? SEC Network, excuse me.
Yeah,
opened
that was the next year. That's right, that was the next year.
Kenny Trill had a Heisman type game, and then we didn't hear from him again. Guys, this is going to be excellent scheduling next season. I think for any SEC fans that want to see that afternoon slot, the primetime game, we're going to have two really good games every Saturday, in my opinion, that are going to hit those slots. Texas and Oklahoma really add even more brand value to the league. And like you guys have mentioned, I mean, those two programs, they're going to hit the ground running and have really tough schedules. My Oklahoma projection includes LSU and Texas and Alabama, Tennessee, and A&M. So if Brett Venables, goes 7-5 this year, we're talking about him going into year 3 with maybe some hot seat murmurs. So Brent Venables is a guy that I think is one of those coaches with the most to prove heading into 2023.
I thought it was really interesting. Georgia's obviously the alpha, not only in this conference, but in college football. And you don't have Georgia on Texas or Oklahoma's schedule.
Yeah, for some reason, I just have a feeling that Sankey in the SEC may protect its possible three-peat next year. Georgia has the easiest schedule among Power 5 contenders in college football this season, in my opinion. I think the only ranked opponent Georgia's going to face between now and November is Tennessee in like week 11. Which is crazy. And then you look at the 2024 projection. Yeah, I've got them going to South Carolina, basically a replica of this season's schedule with Alabama added. I do think we're long overdue for seeing a Georgia-Alabama regular season game. That needs to happen. Maybe not annually, but I do think we're going to see Kirby Smart versus Nick Saban maybe once every couple of years with this new schedule.
Yeah, that would be made for TV while Nick's still in Tuscaloosa to have Alabama go to Athens to play Georgia as you project there. It would be a four-peat before the Georgia fans start rattling the cage after the 2024 season if they have won 3 this year. LSU, Texas A&M at home, Mississippi State at home, Auburn at home, and then road games at Oklahoma, at Georgia, at Arkansas, and one other at Tennessee. That's Alabama's projection from you. That seems like that would be just what Nick Saban didn't really want when he was talking about the 9-game schedule.
That's exactly right. I mean, will Alabama be able to handle this brutal of a schedule? They just signed the nation's top-ranked class, and I think one of the common misconceptions, fellas, is there seems to be this narrative forming now around SEC media that Nick Saban, by calling out LSU and Tennessee a few weeks ago, saying that it's not a balanced schedule if those are 2 of his 3 permanent opponents, he's not backing away from these teams. I mean, he's played LSU, Tennessee, and Auburn every season during his tenure in Tuscaloosa. He's got 6 national titles to show for it. He routinely beats those teams. We're talking about 15 penalties in last year's game is what cost Alabama the game at Neyland Stadium. And now Tennessee fans are running with the fact that we're getting closer and closer to the Crimson Tide. Not exactly. We need to see that happen 4 out of the next 5 years to say that, Josh Heupel or that Tennessee program is anywhere near the juggernaut Alabama is. So I think Nick Saban's comments recently have gotten misconstrued a bit when really he's just trying to make a bigger picture argument that, look, if you're using that 10-game, 10-year stretch or whatever Sankey has said that they're sort of using for those 3 permanent opponents, you have to look at that with a grain of salt. How many of those teams have been good recently? How many were good 7 to 8 years ago? Saban's just trying to do what he often does and be the czar of college football. And whenever he speaks, people have to listen.
Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. For a few more moments at B Crawford 247 is where you find Brad on Twitter, 247sports.com. You've already touched on one of the games I was going to ask you about here. You said you're not convinced you'll see Alabama, Tennessee, because I said in the previous segment that there are a set number of games that I think no matter what you see that I would guarantee you are on a schedule. I put Alabama, Tennessee in there, but I'll back it off right now. You tell me if you think I'm wrong about any of these. Okay. Iron Bowl, number 1. You never do an SEC schedule without an Iron Bowl. Cocktail party. You never do one without a cocktail party.
That's right.
I would say Auburn, Georgia. I think Auburn, Georgia is one of those you protect forever.
3 for 3.
Egg Bowl. Egg Bowl, you're never going to have an SEC schedule without an Egg Bowl.
4 for 4.
All right, we're tracking. Oklahoma, Texas. Red River is going to be the Red River forever.
And Texas A&M as well. So
Texas A&M, that's number 5. Yeah. I had put Alabama, Tennessee. So would you stop me right there? Is there another game you're like, I think you probably missed this one?
I think those top 5 or 6 are pretty much right. I think Oklahoma, Missouri is a game that we're going to see now until Missouri's kicked out of the SEC or, whenever that happens. I think that's a rivalry game that we're going to see. Missouri's going to sort of play that, Southwestern SEC type schedule. And they're going to play Oklahoma every year. I think they're going to play Texas maybe every other year. Oklahoma's a team that I think will be a permanent opponent on Missouri's schedule. And like you said, Alabama, Tennessee is the game that I think is sort of in the crosshairs. People are waiting for next week to find out. Is that going to be an annual rivalry? Is Florida LSU going to be taken off the schedule? That's one that has become a huge rivalry in the last decade or so, but I think that's one that also moves off.
Brad, you also did a piece on 24/7 yesterday on college football coaches with the most approved during 2023. 3 of those guys are second-year guys at big-time programs. Brent Venables, Mario Cristobal, Billy Napier. Of those 3, who is under the most pressure?
I think Mario Cristobal, based on the investment Miami has made into him. I mean, you guys don't often see a first-year head coach replace both coordinators after his first season. So Mario, he's out with the old and with the new. They did well in the transfer portal. We know Miami's NIL strength. There's been numerous reports over the last 6-7 months about, the strides the Hurricanes have made there. And they're also in a weak conference, by Power 5 standards. So outside of Florida State and Clemson, I mean, there's no team that has a better looking roster than Miami does at this point. So I think Mario Cristobal, there's no excuse to go 5-7 with an ACC schedule. He gets Texas A&M at home in September. I think that's a winnable game for Miami. I'm not picking it necessarily, but Miami has a favorable schedule. And if you're an elite head coach like Mario Cristobal, most of us think he is, being what he did at Bama as an assistant, Oregon as a head coach, I think he can get to, 8 or 9 wins this season. And the biggest thing for me with Cristobal is you have to continue developing Tyler Van Dyke into that quarterback he was in 2021 as the ACC's Freshman of the Year. Last year, it took a major step back to the point where he almost transferred to Alabama because of it. And I think he would have started at Bama, by the way. But Van Dyke is a very talented player, and I think Cristobal's new look offense this season has to be fixed and has to produce.
If you want to see what Brad had to say on both these things, 247sports.com or at bcrawford247 on Twitter. I have links there for you. At bcrawford247 is where you find Brad Crawford there on social media. Brad, thank you very much for the time. Always good.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Brad with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour every day, hour number 3, now open for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster, Alabama. Champy'sChicken.com. That's Sterling's place. Sterling's the owner there. Has been there 10 years now, a decade right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there. Love the fact that when you go eat in the restaurant, they cook that chicken, deep-fried chicken, to order. Hand-cut chicken fingers, dark meat, white meat. I'm a big 2-breast white meat guy. I love the 2-breast and the sides there. I'll start off with the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They are second to none. You get the hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, and a lot more. It's Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second in this segment. But I wanted to go back to a little bit what Crawford's was talking about a little bit. Just the way he breaks it down, and I don't think it will look this way, the Georgia schedule. I think that's the one he misses. That is to be the marquee team in the SEC.
They got to get one of the two.
It's got to be Georgia, Texas. It's got to be Georgia, Texas. They will play each other.
Yeah, I mean, that Georgia schedule. We see Auburn every year. We see Florida every year. So their only additions are at South Carolina, Kentucky, at Missouri, Tennessee, Vandy, Alabama. It's basically the same schedule they always play with Alabama.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think you want to see them play at Texas.
All due respect to my Alabama roots, the 2-time defending national champs, and will start the season number 1 in the country this year. You can't announce a schedule next week that does not have Georgia playing either Texas or Oklahoma. That is the team that tells Texas and Oklahoma fans,
yeah,
you're in the SEC.
Here's what you can expect.
There's Georgia.
And especially if Georgia does pull off this three-peat.
Yeah, and in all fairness to Athens and Sanford Stadium, sending Alabama to Norman and Georgia to Austin is, I mean, the SEC did not need Oklahoma or Texas to join the league to survive. We were doing just fine. But they are 2 marquee name programs and brands. And it is a nice way to welcome you to the SEC by sending Alabama and Georgia to play home games at Texas and Oklahoma. That's a good way to sort of introduce, and for the TV partners, if you're ESPN/ABC, to have Alabama in Norman and Georgia in Austin. I mean, those are made for game days.
Yeah, I think I'd do 1 week 2, 1 week 3 is what I would do is have, say, Alabama at Oklahoma week 2, Georgia at Texas week 3.
Ooh, does that mean Camp Randall and Norman back-to-back weeks?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to look at. You're right.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You don't want to go back-to-back to Camp Randall, or you think that's tough? That way?
Well, I don't want to do it if I'm trying to win games.
Yeah, but I think
tough.
There's been tougher back-to-back games than that.
Let's see. Bama in 04 plays at Wisconsin on the 14th.
24, not 04.
24, excuse me. Thank you.
I'm with you.
That is week 4. They've already got Bama's scheduled through week 3. So if they're going to Oklahoma, it would have to be back-to-back Wisconsin and Norman. I mean, there's no way around it for it to be. If it's going to be Oklahoma's conference opener, because Oklahoma can't go that deep without playing a conference game.
Bama would have won those games by 21 points this year.
Yeah. Good wins then.
No, I do think Wisconsin and Oklahoma will be improved by then.
Yeah. Interesting. But that's just what I would do if I was the SEC. I would send marquee team Georgia to one of them, and maybe it's Georgia to Oklahoma, because they were going to play each other this year anyway, and they had to cancel that. So maybe that's where they go. But I would not let Georgia play one of those 2 new teams. Georgia has to play one of those 2 new teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Jim. I will also say in 2024, Georgia has got a pretty wide open September. They play Clemson neutral site week 1, host Tennessee Tech week 2. And that's their only out-of-conference scheduled in September. So they've got plenty of flexibility.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second, brought to you by New Life. But we're excited. In fact, had Santa bring me a PlayStation 5 this past year just because I thought the college football game was going to come out this summer. It got postponed, but I kept, on the Santa's list, my PlayStation 5, waiting for it to come out next summer. Well, I was reading last night that the College Football Players Association, which is not an official players association, but they do try to, advise the players on some business sense, is telling all the players to boycott the EA Sports college football game, not to sign up where you get the $500 for your name, image, and likeness being used. $500. Because they said that they have documentation from NFL players that they got paid between $17,000 and $28,000 a piece for your name, image, and likeness in the Madden game.
Okay. Just some really quick math on this here. So we've got 132 teams, is that right?
That's right.
And y'all want to go 100 players a team?
Yeah, well, 85 scholarships.
Let's just go 85 scholarships.
Yep.
It's 11,220 players times $500 a pop. It's $5.6 million. That's not that crazy enough amount.
$5.6 million a team?
$5.6 million overall.
Oh, overall, okay.
Yeah. You've got 1,664 NFL players, and they're getting what, 18?
We'll just put in 17,000.
17,000. That's $28.2 million. I mean, so if you wanted it to be the same pool, 28 million divided by million divided by, Ryan, 132 teams divided by 85 players. I mean, yeah, it's getting pretty small.
Yeah. So
I don't know.
I've always been of the belief, I'm going to make my money elsewhere. $500. You give me $500, and I'm going to be in a video game. I don't have to pay you to be in the video game. I would take that. Now, I'm a horrible business person.
Right.
But $500, and I get to have this video game for my life and show my kids, look, Dad was in a video game back in the day. I sucked. I was the third team offensive tackle.
Still very, very cool.
But it
what
would
the
be
hell
cool.
is a video game?
I know exactly. What did y'all do with those?
They got those ski goggles on, and they're going,
yeah.
Well, look, Dad, I was in a video game.
I mean, if you got paid the same total the NFL players get paid, that's $2,500 a player. So you're talking the difference between $500 and $2,500. There's no way the College Players Association thinks their players can get $17,000.
How much more do you get for cover athlete?
In the college game, well, we don't know in the college
And
game.
by the way,
Josh Allen is the pro guy. I don't know what he gets for it.
But in the
except for Hurt.
Remember in retro, they always used people who had graduated on the cover of EA Sports, so they did get paid.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Do you know? But you don't know what?
Shoelace was the last one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Let's real quick before Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by New Life Art. Madden by far out back in the day outsold EA Sports college football. Right?
I just quickly Googled the last number I saw was 13. The last NCAA game was 14. It was Madden 13 sold 1.65 million units across PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. NCAA 13 sold 303,000.
Yeah, so there's a difference there too.
That's right.
On how much money that I'm bringing in as EA
5
Sports.
times, by the
New
way.
New Life Art brings you the viewing menu.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterpiece work in oils. The Legacy Continues, the sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Crimson Legacy features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute. Sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th. Great Father's Day present here. Just go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
Little fun quiz for you guys. If I gave you a new show on, and it's a reality show, and I call it Crack Addicts.
Oh, wow.
What would you think? Network, and what would you think it was about?
I think it's about redoing attics in people's houses.
Yep, I think it's going to be on HGTV, and
it's like the new man room man cave is going to be
like,
up top.
It's like these people that go around and they do home inspections. They're like, look at this foundation. I mean, I don't know who does this kind of work.
We're going to open up the space by taking up this wall. Okay, every single.
It's crack addicts.
So addicts or addicts?
Addicts.
Oh, not ATTICS, which would be a good show too.
Yeah,
Crack addicts.
But I would assume the end result is going to be more space for the house and having a cool new room in the house.
Okay, what is it?
It's on TLC, and it's about a chiropractor.
It's actually pretty good, but I don't
so
find it
30
interesting
minutes
at
of that,
all.
People going in and getting their back cracked in there. So.
If Dr. Lee was the guy.
I mean, that's a show. All right, anyway, 9 p.m. on FXXX. Season 16 premiere of the longest-running current running sitcom is...
The Simpsons.
Beavis and Butthead. I don't know.
I got no idea.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh,
I
wow.
have never seen it. It is a super popular show. Love Danny DeVito.
One year I watched it probably around season 3. And
This is season 16. This is crazy. It's the current running sitcom.
Yeah, I don't even know the Charlie Day guys in it. Obviously, DeVito. Who's the blonde chick? We had her on the show years ago.
I don't know. I can't name. I know that Charlie Day and Danny DeVito. That's it.
I watched 2 episodes. I thought it was awful. And I know there's a huge cult following. And obviously, for it to get 16 years of run.
I used to watch a show called The League that sort of was written sort of in that style.
Correct.
Maybe from the same creators, and I liked it.
Your old friend Alex Cordry used to watch that.
The League?
Yeah.
And then Netflix tonight, the premiere of Arnold. This intimate docuseries follows Arnold Schwarzenegger's multifaceted life and career, from bodybuilding champ to Hollywood icon to politician. I'm interested in that because, especially the past 15, 20 years of his life.
Was that the Netflix one?
Yeah.
I saw the preview last night. It looked awful.
I don't care about the bodybuilding stuff. I would like fast forward to the 30 minutes. And he's a well-educated guy from Austria, so I think that's cool.
I'm assuming this is factual, and I had forgotten it if so, but did he fly daily from his home in Hollywood or from an airport near his home in Hollywood to Sacramento when he was governor? Like, he would stay some nights, but he commuted via private jet. Like, he never lived in the governor's mansion.
Yeah, I would believe that. I think that's only like an hour flight.
Oh, yeah, but what a horrible waste of resources. How expensive was that? To do that every single day?
I think a lot of people do that. You would be surprised.
That they fly on their private jet every day?
I mean, Kobe Bryant was helicopter every day.
Yeah.
People do not like traffic, and if I just if I can afford it and I can just fly over here,
it's crazy.
Save an hour and a half. Yeah,
but they were helicoptering to a youth basketball practice, weren't they?
Yeah, but he still helicoptered in because of the traffic to Staples back then.
Yeah, crazy
every day.
That is the viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Go check them out. Everything there on their website. When we come back, LT has trash today right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
LT's Trash in just a second. Our friends at Michelson Laser Vision bringing you part of the show. One of the best things LT did back in the day was to get, what do you call it, the fighter pilot vision?
Well, that's what he said. He's legally blind and went to, like, fighter pilot vision.
Yeah, so Michelson Laser Vision bringing you part of the show today. LT will tell you more about Michelson Laser Vision in just a second. A couple of things to keep an eye on. Grant Nelson, we mentioned this yesterday, but Jeff Goodman writing a story about it today. That North Dakota State, Grant Nelson, is down to Arkansas and Alabama. And there's a coaching search going on in basketball. Ron Sanchez walks away from Charlotte, who's leaving Conference USA with UAB, joining the American on July the 1st. Their head coach left to be an assistant coach at Virginia. So the head coach at Charlotte this week has left to become the assistant coach at Virginia, so they have an opening for that job there. Michelson Laser Vision with that look at basketball.
969-8100, that's the number you need to write down. Again, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. 20 years ago, I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision still. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. You can also go online, michelsonlaservision.com. But when you call 969-8100, ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you.
All right. Trash time, as we do it every day at this time. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Right after Rockstar hits the very large button.
Why do white people make their edibles so strong? Why am I tasting colors? Now I gotta call somebody to come get me because my car turned into a spaceship and I don't know how to fly it.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Was that Tracy Morgan?
No, it's just some random guy. Sounds more like Kevin Hart to me.
Yeah, those homemade are dangerous. I think I told you guys there's a local preacher that makes the Delta 8 and Delta 9.
You've told me that.
Yeah, and he had them dialed in for a minute, and now it's just out of whack. So I'm like, staying away from those. Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market, it's got its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right's standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
As you get to trash, I wanted to throw this into the trash part of the show. But how scary of a week has it been for the Cleveland Browns? Did you see where Greg Newsome and Perion Winfrey, they were together at a club Saturday night or Sunday night, one of the nights, early in the morning, 3:30.
Yeah, I think it was Saturday night going into Sunday morning.
They were leaving the club, and 6 armed, masked men jump out of a van and steal their jewelry, money, and take their truck and drive off in it. But I mean, armed robbery is bad enough, but when you have 6 people doing the robbery, it's frightening.
You know, it's one thing, you're on the south side and you're walking down an alley and somebody comes up, give me your wallet, give me your watch. That seems like something that they knew who the guys were, with that many people involved.
Yeah, 6 masked armed people. And another teammate had his car stolen from his parking lot at his apartment. His new car was taken from the parking lot, also a Cleveland Brown defensive back.
Inside job here. I mean, the fact that it's 3 Cleveland Browns, somebody's sharing some information somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. It could be a manager or something. You guys ever had your car stolen?
I'm not.
It's weird I have to think about this, but no.
Soft top Jeep days, I had stereos stolen and things taken out of the Jeep, and it sliced up a couple of times, but never
I've only had it stolen one time.
You know,
your whole car taken?
Oh yeah, I told you guys that
the
story.
whole car, not half of it.
Because you know when Shane, you've got to remember this. So my parents were building. We were living in an apartment. It was the old Willow Bend on Valley, and I was home from college, and I had parked my Jeep outside, and I came back out to go out that night. It was gone, and my brother was working for Birmingham, and that was on. I forget if he was working West or South Side then. Anyway, I called him up, told him what had happened. He was like, you know, somebody is taking it for a joyride. They do this all the time. I'll find it. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And he ended up arresting the guys that night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
They were still in it, driving around?
Well, yeah, they got in a big chase, and then they got out. He got pinned between the Jeep. So because I remember is it a pastor for the cops?
Chaplain
called at like 3 a.m. and said, hey, we're going to send somebody over to your house. It's about your brother. I thought he'd been shot and killed. Yeah. Don't you start that up? Hey,
I think so. Yeah.
Your brother is okay,
but people don't know how to handle that conversation. You would think somebody in that role would.
Now, back in November, somebody smashed and grabbed my window and got my wife's purse. And when I tell you, I'd almost rather my car be stolen than that. If my wife had her purse, I'd almost rather them steal the car than the purse. The purse, guys, is a nightmare. It had, credit cards, check card, driver's license. So now they've got our address.
Right.
Had her key fob in it. So they've got our address, her key fob. And if they do any research, maybe where she works. I mean, just you have to start going through everything that you've got to disable or turn off or worry about, with her driver's license.
One of the craziest things that ever happened was in the house I'm in now, Bethany, my ex-wife, her car was parked in the driveway, and the kids were doing smash and grabs, but she had left her door open, so they opened it, they took her purse. And I'll never forget this because when we were going through divorce, we, got into some deep talks, and she told me the only time she ever lied to me in 29 years together was this case. We were building that pool, and your man, Doug Travis, we had a cashier's check cut, but it wasn't in anybody's name. It was just a cashier's check for a massive amount of money. And it was in her purse. And those dumbasses that stole her purse took her sunglasses, they took her wallet, they chunked the purse with a cashier's check.
All they had to do is put their name on it.
It was $50,000.
And they could have just put their name on it
and it's gone.
Yeah.
And so
That's like cash.
Like when the cops came to the house, she just assumed we were never going to get back. So she didn't. And I was like, what all was in your purse? And she went through everything. And then the cops, when I was at work, came back and they're like, we've got your purse and here's a cashier's check in it.
Yeah. Congratulations.
It's
You've
pretty
won
amazing.
the lottery, basically.
Yeah.
By the way, Laura says, my mom had her Lexus stolen in an Atlanta suburb hotel from a quote-unquote secure parking lot.
Inside job.
Yeah, inside job, for sure. A man in China has been fired for taking up to 6 hours in the toilet every day during his 8-hour work shift.
A man's got to go.
I mean, that is a long day.
That really is. You think it's all sit down?
Chinese court recently ruled the daily toilet breaks of the man surnamed Wang, quote, were not within reasonable and normal needs, even though he cited health concerns as his reason for them. Now, the local media outlet reported that the employee had surgery due to an anorectal problem in 2014, but the pain persisted months later. He said his health condition forced him to stay on the toilet for 3 to 6 hours every day starting in July of 2015. I would assume that's got to be bad on your body.
Yeah, your legs go to sleep.
I would also say that there is a chance that Wang was a hands-on employee. He was in there way too long.
Or he had prop legs and just put them out and just went out to eat.
Yeah, you could do that too. Do you ever sit on the toilet so long your legs fall asleep?
I've done it before.
At our former place of employment, I was there so long that the automatic lights turned off.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I am in and out.
Yeah, Maggie is too. She gets on me sometimes, but...
people that read books?
Yeah, I'm just not a...
I was just struggling that day.
Sometimes it takes a minute, Lance.
It does for me. Maggie is clockwork, like a NASCAR pit stop.
Wow, that's a lot of information about Maggie on the show.
For me, I just like to get in there. I have to think about it for a little bit.
What happened to the music, Rockstar? I always like
my computer keeps freezing. It's restarting. It's restarting again.
So
like
official records of the unnamed company said that Wang used the loo over 20 times from September 7th to September 15th, 2015 alone. We've got a couple employees up here that I think use 5 or 6 times a day, so it's pretty close. I just don't think they spend the amount of time.
The morning movement is the worst part here in this building. The people
not by us, but the other people in the building.
Yeah, the people that get to work and like, all right, I'm at work. Yeah, I guess I'll go sit down for a minute.
Have that first cup of coffee at their desk, and then they go. Yeah, our former employer, the News Talk guys, they were. They were brutal. They were brutal in the mornings.
And it's amazing how people like if I walk in and I have to, again, we hate road games, right?
Yeah, I cannot play them.
But if you have to, and I walk in and somebody's already at the stall, I'm not going to sit next to them. I'm going to go find another bathroom.
That's right, me too.
And it's just amazing how comfortable people are coming in and sitting next to you.
This is a great comment in the chat room, by the way, from Jeff. He said, yesterday I went in one of those automatic light public bathrooms, and it clicked the light on when he walked in. And he said a voice from the stall said, "Oh, God, thank you. I needed to wipe." Dude, just sitting there in the dark.
You're welcome, Mr. Wang.
Okay, one bathroom home in Alhambra, California, has captured the attention of prospective buyers across the LA region and beyond. Now, the realtor tasked with selling the property is hoping to strike the balance between affordable starter home and fixer-upper, but the property is truly unlike anything you've ever seen before. Here it is. It sits, I guess it's under the bridge or above the bridge?
It's above the bridge. It's a poorly written headline because that's not under the bridge.
And basically, that's a trailer.
Yeah.
Now, the home is actually below street level, down a staircase, embedded in the side of a bridge overlooking that. It might just be the most affordable waterfront property in L.A. County, it says.
Oh, look at that.
They said it's definitely the most.
I like my bathrooms at an angle.
You think Brad Bell could do some damage in there?
Wow. That's
rough.
Now, it was built in 1949. The home has a patio that overlooks the ditch, as well as a rooftop patio about the size of the home itself. Rooftop patio is actually located at street level, only a row of metal fencing separating it from the adjacent street. The home is priced just a mere $250,000.
A lot less than what I thought you were going to say. It's in California.
If it's L.A., you probably Airbnb this thing, you fix it up.
Probably so.
Hell, got to get the tough dogs in there to fix that floor.
That's right, man. Dog garage floor.
Just deposit return or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I bet people will be pissed once they got to above the bridge. Yeah, it looks like a rat hole.
I agree.
Okay, here are 6 dishes you should never order at a restaurant according to a food researcher. And I order a lot of these things. You guys chime in.
All right.
Now,
what?
Now, this one guy, founder of Menu Price, a website that collaborates prices and menus of restaurants across the world, said these are things you don't need to order. Mac and cheese, he starts with. Classic comfort food, but in many restaurants, mac and cheese is often pre-made, not fresh.
Okay, I don't care.
Yeah,
really.
Is it good? That's question one, yeah.
I mean, that looks like good mac and cheese right there.
Oh,
it looks like Stouffer's. Not as orange, though.
Yeah. I could do Velveeta. I would destroy it.
But I generally, places I've gone to multiple times, I know who's got good or bad mac and cheese.
You know who's got it really, their mac and cheese dialed in, and I didn't realize this, but I got up at 5 in the morning the other night and ate some. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, you like theirs?
Yeah,
you just have some left over?
If Chick-fil-A would go back to having the slaw,
Yeah.
like I could do Thanksgiving at Chick-fil-A. I know they're not open, but give me the slaw, give me the mac and cheese, and a spicy chicken sandwich. I don't need turkey. Chicken, speaking of which, is also on here. He goes on to say chicken, universally loved, but it's a dish that can easily go wrong. He adds, it should be avoided because chicken can become overcooked, dry, less tasty when not prepared properly. Also requires careful handling and thorough cooking to prevent the risk of salmonella.
That's why you always use our friends at Champy's Chicken. They cook it fresh to order.
Well, you can dry chicken out in a hurry, though, no joke, at a restaurant. I mean, they are right about that.
Scrambled eggs. They say scrambled eggs might seem like a safe bet, but they can be kept on hot plates for too long over time. This can result in less fluffy, drier eggs.
My wife will tell you she is a snob of scrambled eggs. I get mine fried over medium. She only gets scrambled eggs, and she either only likes them herself when she makes them or when she gets them at Waffle House. They say really consistently good at Waffle Houses, no matter where she goes.
With cheese?
With cheese in it. Everywhere else dries them out too much.
Well, the thing about Waffle House, they're going to make them right there in front of you, so they're not going to hit on a hot
They actually
plate.
crack an egg.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of those places, like what Rockstar's showing right there, looks like that. I don't know what they call it, but that stuff they use.
Egg beater?
Well, the stuff they use on the buffets, which is like instant eggs or whatever, it's not real cracked eggs. Like if you go to a breakfast buffet, chances are they haven't cracked 7,000 eggs to make those scrambled eggs.
Also says brownies. Brownies frequently not made in-house. Instead, they might be bought pre-made, making them lack freshness and are not as unique as other desserts on the
Again,
menu.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
No,
but I also don't think I've ever eaten a brownie at a restaurant.
The only ones you do have been ones that are heated and they've got ice cream on top of them, right? What was the restaurant that used to put the brownie thing in the skillet like?
That was
Urban Cookhouse.
No. It was off for Sky Castle.
Sky Castle?
Yeah. And then Chocolate Thunder from Down Under is Outback.
Yep.
Okay, steak, they say. Speaking of.
What was the place that had the blondie? It was like a blondie brownie with ice cream on top. Was that Chili's?
Chili's had the lava cake that was insane.
Lava cake.
I got salted caramel pretzel blondie was the gelato last night.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That sounds great.
Okay, steak, they say, can be risky unless you're dining at a high-end restaurant. They go on to say steak quality varies drastically, and a lower quality cut might not meet your expectations. And then finally, sushi. They say sushi is a delicacy that showcases the beauty of raw ingredients, but the art of sushi making requires precision and fresh ingredients, and they do not recommend this.
Well, then where do I eat sushi then?
Yeah.
I can't eat it at a restaurant.
I'm not going to eat it at home.
I'm not going to make it at home.
That kind of sushi right there, what is that called? Because I don't like it when...
it's called gross. I think
no, is that sashimi?
I don't like it when the seaweed wrap is on the outside.
I'm with
like
you.
that.
I like the rice to be.
I need the rice to be on the outside.
Yeah, I like the rice on the outside,
I'm
too.
being told it's a California roll.
No, I mean, I think it's a
not the actual
California
roll.
roll internally, but we're talking about the exterior.
Yeah, I need to know if when you're serving me my sushi, the seaweed's on the outside because I can't eat it then.
What is sashimi? Is that not seaweed on the outside?
I just thought that was just the fish, raw.
I'm with you.
fish
I like my sushi to be rice on the outside.
I'll tell you what, we have
very
got
Americanized.
2 fantastic sushi joints in town.
Yeah.
We do.
Really close, and then there's a third and fourth that are really close.
Yeah.
And finally, shower thoughts. This is so true. Red eyes and pictures quietly vanish from our lives.
Yeah, you don't see it much anymore, do you? That's a good point.
You never see it anymore.
Yeah, I guess.
After my dream, I would have them today. If we took pictures today,
You'd have the old red eyes?
I'm not feeling fresh.
That's a great point here. Weight of a human can vary by a few hundred pounds, yet an airline's going to charge you an extra if your luggage is 5 pounds over the limit.
I have to set the rule
does it make
somewhere, but
sense?
yes.
I was 1.5 pounds over last week, and they put a heavy bag label on my thing.
Did they charge you?
They didn't charge me.
Okay, so the heavy bag's just letting
just
them
give
know.
you a scarlet letter.
This is at the limit.
Scarlet letter.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me as long as you don't charge me. We had to both every one of our flights there and back. So when you have to check your luggage, both times, mine is like at 40 something, and Maggie's each time was like 53.
Yeah.
Shoes.
And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And so every time at the counter we had to go zip, and she just started stuffing stuff in mine.
Yeah, I mean,
2 shake weights?
but that's the way it should be. Look, do you want to hold everybody up? We're together. Our combined weight is 90 pounds.
Right.
Do I need to shift this? It's going to be the same
But
thing.
we had to shift them.
There's just people that just aren't
It
logical.
doesn't make sense.
A movie about a mermaid that wants to be a girl has caused millions of girls wanting to be mermaids.
That
That's
is true.
Yeah. I heard it's good. My little one went to see it this week.
Well, Disney man already saw it.
No, I'm sure.
I mean, Lunsford.
Yeah.
What are those things? Feet.
It's easier to stop binging a show if you stop mid-episode rather than at the end of an episode. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing on Netflix when it's got that little 5-second countdown. You have to make that decision in 5 seconds because if it kicks back off, I'm like, I'm in for another hour.
At the end of an episode, they give you something that makes you want to come back and say, oh, what happens next?
Yeah.
And that happened to me last night. Just wasted another hour
Me
of
too.
sleep.
I had to watch 2 Better Call Sauls.
Final shower thought. This is going to blow you away. 2006, I remember we were up the street watching Ohio State and Florida national championship. It's as far away as 2040 is.
Yeah. We're dying.
2006 from where we are now.
We're dying every day.
Same distance is 2040.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point, LT, when I see games pop up on the college football schedules in the future, I'm like,
never see it.
Hope I'm there.
I hope I'm watching that game. I don't know if I'll remember that game, but I may be watching that game. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway at 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Okay, Vol Fan 205, I'll give you one shot. I was looking for something new to watch. Silo on Apple TV. The previews intrigued me. You say it's good. Anybody else watch Silo on Apple TV yet? Let us know in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We're back in a second on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Let's go! Birmingham Squadron season tickets and the NBA preseason game are now on sale. See future NBA stars at a fraction of the cost by calling 205-719-0850 or by going to birminghamsquadron.com to get your Squadron season membership plan. All season ticket holders will receive complimentary tickets to the NBA preseason game in their season ticket location. And groups of 10 or more can buy their tickets now too. birminghamsquadron.com for details.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Before LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports, news coming now from a longtime Pac-12 media guy, John Canzano. He is writing that the Pac-12 conference has finalized terms of their grant of rights. That contract includes a variety of elements that all 10 remaining schools needed to agree on, and they have agreed on. That includes what sponsorships are Pac-12 centralized and what can individual schools sell the sponsorships for, even shares, postseason incentives, things like that. They've worked on it the last few months. The only problem is it hasn't been signed yet. What could the holdup be, Brownie?
Well, some would say the holdup is that today Colorado is debating going to the Big 12. Is that what John Canzano says?
It's behind a paywall the rest of the way, Brown, for his coverage. But as those of us who cover college football will tell you, it's probably because all the 10 people in the room that's been negotiating had no intention of signing this from the get-go.
So for those that might not understand what all this is you handing over your media rights, like Alabama and Auburn have done to the SEC. You hand it over to the Pac-12, and then they can group that together and negotiate it for a media deal. So this would be Colorado saying, okay, for the next X amount of years, you own our home event media rights.
And as we've learned with Clemson and Florida State, once you get into that, it is hard to get out.
That is correct. It is not cheap. There's always a dollar figure, but that dollar figure is quite high for those schools. I don't want to be the same for Colorado, but it's quite high for Florida State and Clemson and anybody else that would want to leave the ACC.
So what Brown is telling you, Colorado's trustees are meeting today, and what could be the news that Colorado is set to leave and join the Big 12 again. And a little twist, by the way, on the Big 12 expansion story, sources come back and said UConn would not be a basketball-only member, that UConn is interested in being all-sports member of the Big 12. And that makes more sense now to me, that if UConn was going to leave the Big East, you're fine as a basketball program making money basketball in the Big East. You proved that. You're the defending national champs. But your football program, which has been in the dumps, and Jim Mora Jr. brought it back a little bit last year, it needs a permanent home. And you won't get that being a basketball-only member. So we could get an announcement as early as today that Colorado and UConn could be two new additions to the Big 12 in full membership.
I wonder if part of this is like a chicken and egg. Like Colorado says, before I hand you my grant of rights, I need to know what our media deal is going to be. I can't do this without knowing how good the media deal. And the Pac-12 is like, well, until you hand us your grant of rights, we can't really close a media deal because they want to know who all is going to be in the conference. So I do wonder if you got a little bit of a chicken and egg there.
I'll tell you who doesn't want this is Kansas. Kansas has been king of the Big 12 when it comes to basketball.
Oh, so you're talking about UConn and Gonzaga? Yeah.
Well, you got UConn rolling in. You got Houston rolling in.
Yeah.
It makes it a little tougher.
It does.
For them right now. Precision Sports can make it easy, not tougher, easy on you to get back to work.
Yeah, again, make this the year you contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. You can injure yourself a variety of ways, putting things up, picking things up, weekend warrior stuff. You need to let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
One other big item that our man Chip Brown is breaking this hour in Austin, Texas. It had become the leader in the clubhouse for the second time to be USC's athletic director, current Texas AD Chris Del Conte. He turned them down in 2019 when he was their top choice to take over. They have an opening now because of everything that's happened in the office and off the field in their AD situation. Chris Del Conte saying now to Chip Brown that he is not going to take the USC job or do interviews or anything like that. Quote, who you work for matters, and I work for a great president, and we have great alignment here at the University of Texas.
It's interesting because I don't know, like, if I gave you the option, would you want to run Texas Athletics or USC? You're a big USC guy. But.
Yeah, here's the thing. It depends on where you would want to live. I like Austin. Austin has changed a lot over the last few years. A reason being, a lot of people from California are moving there. Yeah. I just think quality of life would be better in Austin. I just would have no desire to live in Los Angeles.
And if you like your situation and the money, they can pay you whatever amount of money you need. Same money USC is going to pay you, maybe pay you a raise to keep you from taking the USC job. You already like the president. You're already there working. Everything's churning in the right direction. You've done all this work to get Texas to the SEC. Why not? Why change jobs just to change jobs?
I'd agree completely.
I think the known is a lot better than the unknown in most cases.
And it feels like a lateral move. I mean, that's a lateral move.
That's what Tripp said. Lateral move at best.
At
best. Could be a step down. All right, there you go. That gets us through that hour. Coming up, we hear from Todd Fuhrman in Vegas. We'll talk about the NBA Finals, the Women's College World Series, the Legion in action tonight at Protective Stadium. Don't forget, we're out at Top Golf, 5 o'clock today, a little before 5 until a little after 6. And this next hour, you got a chance. We'll announce the winner of a free bay tonight at Top Golf while we're out there, and free Bud Light products. All that's coming up in this next hour, Fuhrman. And one more bonus. 4 down still to come. It's all straight ahead right here on TNR. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there and eat lunch, dinner, or get it to go.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to Todd Fuhrman in just a second. Bromberg's bringing this part of the show. I do want to ask Fuhrman about a betting odd I saw on an offline or computer system earlier. I think it's Bet Online or somewhere, where you're actually betting on the future name of what is now the PGA Tour. We'll get back into the Live PGA thing later this hour, but so we're not going to have the PGA Tour anymore, Brown? It's going to be called something else?
I mean, when the Saudis invest all their money in it and start funding it, I think they're going to want to dictate what the names are. And on top of that, the PGA Tour was technically a not-for-profit operation.
Wow.
So I'm not sure about the legalities of swapping from a not-for-profit to a for-profit and keeping the same name. I don't know if you can even do that.
Bromberg's is a wonderful organization there, and we'll talk to Fuhrman about everything going on in Live, the NBA, and everything else in the world, including another Birmingham Legion game that maybe Fuhrman can bet on.
Bromberg's invites you to discover David Yurman's new spring collections and shop for graduation gifts at our stores in Mountain Brook and at the Summit. David Yurman, founded in New York City by 2 artists, David, a sculptor, his wife, Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son, Evan, continue to redefine American luxuries jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today. Find that perfect graduation gift from David Yurman's spring collections. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com is where you find his work. Also at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well this fine Wednesday, gentlemen. Hopefully you boys are as well.
We are doing fantastic. I mean, I guess it will have some impact on the betting markets because some guys will be back on the PGA Tour. But just as a guy that follows sports the way you do, how stunned were you at this announcement yesterday?
Definitely shocked that everything came together as quickly as it did. I mean, honestly, guys, I think my first instinct and reaction was probably similar to most of the sporting world, that I thought it was a spoof story more than anything else, and wanted to go through and make sure that I could actually verify the authenticity of the articles that were being circulated. And here we are from a golf fan's perspective. I think it's good in that particular regard, getting all the best players playing in the highest stakes events and everything else. But there is no doubt there are some clear-cut winners and losers in all of this. And I think, when you watch the interview with Rory McIlroy, him using the term sacrificial lamb and all of this, you can understand why he felt a little bit frustrated. And the other big takeaway is that if I'm Bryson DeChambeau, I'm probably hiring a new PR team to keep me away from interviews that are going to allow me to say stupid things.
That's fantastic. So when I mentioned that Bet Online is the place that I saw this, and I was shocked that the PGA is not one of my betting choices here. GGA is the betting favorite 4-1 at Bet Online. Global Golf Association, GWT, Golf World Tour, and it goes all the way down. So, I mean, first off, I'm blown away that we won't live in a world that has a PGA Tour anymore. But secondly, will that get any traction on how to bet on that? I don't understand why we have things like that to bet on. I would have no desire to bet on that.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of markets are more to grab headlines than anything else for a lot of the offshore books that are out there. They're going to be relatively low limits, more so than if you were trying to bet the winner of the RBC this weekend, for example. The one biggest takeaway for me there, without any input, is that I hope that Greg Norman back in 1994 was able to trademark the Golf World Tour and at least reap some of the benefits, since his name was inconspicuously left out of any press release that was out there. And I think all of us in the sporting world are still anxious to see exactly what this means, how the schedule gets revamped, and if there's certain things that they're going to adopt from the LIV Tour, bring over now with the huge investment from the PIF to figure out exactly what the state of golf will look like on a global scale. I guess the biggest thing is that we hope that none of the 4 majors get tinkered with, but who would be surprised if we see something else ridiculous added to the schedule, knowing that there is a lot more global interest when you combine LIV, the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and everything else that comes as a part of the one larger collective package.
Game 3, NBA Finals tonight. Nuggets dominate Game 1. They're up 15 at home. In Game 2, a place they hadn't lost since March 30th. The narrative changed. I mean, this Heat team, they grind. They're catching 3 points tonight. But this has gone from all of the experts saying Nuggets either sweep or in 5 to if the Heat get tonight's game, this thing probably goes 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody becomes a prisoner of the moment, as we know all too well, that when we look at the dynamics in the series, well, the Heat are finally going to play an opponent that's going to expose them for who they are. But when you beat the Milwaukee Bucks in the opening round, you replicate that feat in somewhat improbable fashion in beating Boston, giving up 3 games in a row, and then putting together your best effort in Game 7 on the road. This team has been the model of resilience. Now, when you're looking at the betting market, we've finally seen a little bit of an appetite for Denver in this spot. 2.5 was kind of the prevailing opening number. We're now looking at 3s largely painted across the board. Books that I've spoken to, relatively split on this game. It's about a 60-40 breakdown. They've told me the optimal scenario in this game would be Denver winning the game by 1 or 2 points, because the public wants to back Miami on the money line rather than taking the points, and they don't want to lay the money line price with Denver. The bigger move that I think is worth paying attention to from a betting perspective is on the total. 216.5 is where the number opened. We're now down in that 214.5 range, and it took a lot for that game, too, to go over the total despite being played at a snail's pace. So professional bettors operating under the pace not changing, knowing everything that's at stake for a pivotal Game 3, and hoping the shots don't fall, that they'll have a little bit of breathing room on that closing number.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, and you can also find him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I am looking at what I have found for the series prices for the College World or the Super Regionals, the NCAA Super Regionals. I do not see Alabama. So Alabama is still 100% off the board. I cannot bet on Alabama right now, right?
It's a pretty wild phenomenon, and here's what's going on out here in the desert. Most sports books have pulled Alabama off the board in terms of their odds to win the national championship, which I find interesting for a variety of reasons because nobody has made reference that if Alabama does go on to win the national championship, will they be refunding all of those futures bets that have been placed throughout the course of the season? One sportsbook, however, does have Alabama in the mix, and that's actually Circa in terms of what their odds are to win the national championship. I have not seen odds posted for the individual series this weekend and for their trip to take on Wake Forest and Winston-Salem, but you look at an Alabama team that was obviously a huge beneficiary of a little bit of luck and some poor defense from Troy, and last weekend it clearly cooked the Trojans, and Alabama was able to go on and win that game in the ninth inning and see if some of that momentum carries forward. But pedigree being one thing, I mean, we've seen the SEC assert their dominance, so to believe that Alabama's road will come to an end this weekend against the number one overall seed, look, I'm not sure that's definitely fait accompli. We saw it last year. Tennessee went down at home against Notre Dame, so I wouldn't rule out Alabama being able to pull the upset, but it has created a little bit of an interesting buzz for books' reluctance to try and hang odds on Alabama, even with Coach Bohannon being removed from the equation.
And I would assume Wake would be the favorite in that series if odds were there. But I was looking at it also. Tennessee is the only road favorite. Every other home team in their regional, but Tennessee, a minus 165 favorite over Southern Miss and Hattiesburg. So that tells me that's going to be a pretty interesting series there.
For sure, and there was a lot of speculation going into that particular super regional who was actually going to get home field advantage. So I'm sure Tennessee on some level a little bit disappointed that they have to go on the road knowing that it's a team that's 5 games under 500 or was coming into the tournament when they go out on the road. But I think what's interesting about Tennessee when you look at their full body of work, they've openly embraced this underdog mentality. They know they underachieved last year. They were widely criticized, as you guys know, for being so brazen and bold. They get smacked by Notre Dame and don't even make it to Omaha. Now they've played the us against the world mentality, the underdog, and sometimes it's a little bit easier when you don't have the pressure on your shoulders to try and go out there. So I think that's definitely the most fascinating series. And, of course, you do feel bad for Indiana State, who was unable to host the regional despite being one of the nationally seeded teams, forced to go on the road into Fort Worth to take on TCU. And, guys, I did actually pull up a price, by the way, on that Wake Forest-Alabama series. Wake is minus $3, take back plus $255 on Alabama. So odds makers not giving the Crimson Tide a ton of respect, but we've seen plenty of upsets so far in the College World Series, and maybe Alabama just adds themselves to that growing list.
My only tattoo is a slap-hitting fast softball player. I'm kidding, but I do love the sport, Fuhrman. And Oklahoma is 59-1. They've won 51 straight games this year. But Florida State probably is the second-best team. They start a best-of-3 series tonight. I would imagine the odds say that nobody expects Oklahoma to lose 2 games to lose the national championship, right?
Yeah, always difficult. I mean, you look at Oklahoma, and I think for those folks that don't follow college softball, I mean, this is arguably the most dominant team, not just in women's college softball that we've ever seen, but, you know, largely going in college athletics right here. But Oklahoma is a massive favorite, and you can understand why, but at least we'll get to see best on best in this particular spot. But going into Oklahoma's backyard, asking Florida State to win a series, you know, the best 2 out of 3, I feel like becomes an uphill battle. The one thing I was surprised by, though, when you look at Oklahoma's pricing last round against Stanford, they only closed right around minus 250. So I'm very interested to see. A lot of books don't even have numbers hung yet. But I expect Oklahoma to be north of $2 like they often been. But let's see what kind of adjustments the Seminoles can make and how competitive this will be if we do end up going to a full deciding best of 3, or if they're able to sweep them and win the first 2 games of the set.
Luis Arise for the Marlins. 2 more hits last night. He's at 401, Fuhrman. And this is becoming quite the story because nobody has been in this situation since Chipper about 15 years ago. Is there, and I'm sure these odds would be heavy, but odds on Arise to finish 400 or better?
You know, I haven't seen odds on him to be able to accomplish that feat, but what is interesting, LT, when you look at the odds to win National League MVP, you've seen his price finally start to move a little bit. Books were reluctant to do much of anything. You could have had him at 100-1 in the middle of last week. That number now down around 40 at a lot of books, some spots a little bit lower. But I think when you look at the underlying metrics, and we've seen baseball writers start to gravitate towards that more than anything else, From a wins above replacement, obviously the acronym WAR for those folks that don't pay attention to some of the advanced stats, I mean, he's barely over 2 games. So I think it's a little bit of an uphill battle. Even if he were to end up accomplishing a feat that's extremely difficult to do and hit above 400, that he would actually take home the hardware above players like Pete Alonso, Ronald Acuna Jr., and some of the other power hitters out there that just seem to add more to the lineup. And I think the big question that people have to ask, when you're looking at an MVP, does this guy, a player, someone that you'd fear if you were pitching to him in the 9th inning, or you're looking to walk him? And oftentimes that probably resonates a lot further in terms of narrative as far as his candidacy to really be the true MVP of the National League.
All right, the Birmingham Legion. We asked you about it. You gave us a number on it last week. I actually have the number this time. You explained it to me. Birmingham, I've got them at plus 180. Inter Miami tonight, plus 155. The draw is plus 230. That tells me what?
That tells you that those teams are relatively equal in the eyes of odds makers. And for those folks that are looking to try and bet this, I will give them the soccer tutorial here, that the numbers you referenced there only include 90 minutes in stoppage time. So if the game did go to extra time, soccer's version of overtime, all bets would be graded. So that's why you see the draw entering the equation for the USL Open here. But if we're looking at essentially equating it to a basketball number here, it says that Inter Miami is right around $1.15 favorite during that 90 minutes. So Birmingham, an extremely live underdog in this particular spot. We'll see if they're able to keep the Cinderella story going and potentially move on. Fortunately for them, Lionel Messi will not be a member of Inter Miami for tonight's match. He won't join the club for quite some time. So let's see if Birmingham can keep things going here, but odds makers clearly believe that them pulling off the mild upset tonight, not exactly outside the realm of possibility.
We got any smart money yet? Smart money on Birmingham yet? Have we seen any of that?
Tough to see a lot of smart money in these markets that are there, especially when they're not widely available. Books aren't going to take large limits, and I have not seen any movement since this number's been posted. But you guys will have the inside scoop. You'll know about any of the lineup changes or players that aren't in peak match fitness. So you can share some of that intel with me. We'll see if we can get down.
And as we do here in the state of Alabama, as soon as we get inside information, we will call someone to place a bet.
Hey, we respect that, especially when you look at the pitching stats between the player that was scratched versus the player that started. Not making a material difference. My one bit of advice here, guys, don't try and move $250,000 on a niche sport. It's going to raise red flags faster than just about anything else you can do in this gambling business.
Generally does, yes. He is Todd Fuhrman with that advice. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you go. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Fuhrman, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the Super Regionals this weekend, and we'll see if Birmingham can keep things going with their Cinderella story in the USL Open Cup.
Absolutely. Thank you, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Listen, I'm not one of those people that has a conspiracy theory that the games are fixed, especially in the NBA, to sort of get more interest in the series. But I just saw a sequence of shots. I didn't watch Game 2. I watched Game 1. I didn't watch Game 2. I just saw a sequence of shots from Jokic that looked like he was trying to miss the shots. Like that dribble left-hand underhanded layup he tried. I mean.
Yeah, but if you saw some of the shots he also made in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, he went for 41.
That's how you fix it, Dunaway. He makes the hard ones, misses the easy ones.
But those are the ones he probably needs to distribute the basketball.
Yeah. This Game 3 tonight, and the Nuggets a skinny favorite on the road in Miami, 7:30 on ABC, 7 o'clock there for the Women's World Series on ESPN. Oklahoma and Florida State game 1 of best of 3. Chad says, anyone run into Beckham yet? No picture yet, right, Brownie?
Nope, I haven't seen one.
But we will jump to our Twitter feed, and Taylor's about to spin the computer wheel and find a winner of the people that retweeted our giveaway for tonight, and our friends at Bud Light. We'll see you at Top Golf. We'll give you the winner when we come back. And LT's got another 4 downs with us, all celebrity birthdays.
They were so good, they ate up all 4 downs.
Yeah, we could have done like 6 or 7.
Wow.
Yeah. So a good birthday day. We'll do it all with LT coming up next right here on TNR, being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. Greg Nelson, when's the last time you had that roof inspected? Do you think, Jim, I got no water leaking in. I got no stains. Why do I need to get my roof inspected? Sometimes that water is leaking in before you're able to see it, causing damage up there that will cost you literally thousands of dollars. All it takes is a shingle getting a little loose in a windstorm or bent up a little bit. or maybe you've had a worker up there putting a new satellite dish on or doing something to the fireplace, this or that. You need that roof inspected every now and then, so why not do it free? Free, no-cost roof inspection, no obligation, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. It's locally owned. He and his wife have owned the company for over 20 years. And we tell you time and time again when you send them to us, because so many of our viewers have used Greg, they send us unbelievable stories about how giving Greg is and what a great company he runs. Find out for yourself by calling 205-542-3531 or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients, this includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Free giveaway time from our friends at Bud Light.
I added a hat, and it looks ridiculous. All of us wearing the same hat.
I thought Dunaway definitely would change hats when I showed up with this one on today.
I can't. I would love to have walked in and got a new one. I should have done that earlier.
Oh, why don't we just go get one?
I didn't want to do it without asking Reed's permission, and that's hard for me to do these days.
No, but I thought you. Yeah,
These
I mean,
days.
we know he doesn't like you.
Yeah.
I mean, you have no idea how many people up here don't like you.
I was just trying to not get fired from my boss. You know.
No, but I thought you had multiple hats that you keep at your desk.
I think I have another one in the car. I don't have multiple hats at the desk anymore. Because last time I switched it out.
What? What are you looking at?
It's a little tilted. Right side down a little bit. Left side up. Is that better?
No, that's even worse.
I don't think that hat looks good on you.
Damn.
I sure do. You think it looks good
That
on
got a damn? This guy just said, I don't. You'd be surprised at how many people up here do not like you. They didn't get a damn?
Yeah, but that
It was a little in jest.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It's
in
not
jest.
everybody. It's probably like 90%. Come down, Dunaway.
of 10 employees.
Yeah.
So I'm the only one that likes me, and that's 50-50 every day.
I would have said if you would have been a girl, boy, your insecurities just would have been through the roof, especially a teenage girl.
Yeah, I don't think it matters though.
I don't think if LT. I've literally told my friends I am basically a teenage girl mentally.
I mean, I do think there's some truth to that, Dunaway.
Hold on a second. Okay.
Having raised a teenage girl and have another one on the way, I see some similarities.
Yeah. Well, the only thing
the teenage girls that are surrounding my universe there.
Yeah, I mean, teenage girls would know exactly the ounce on the back end of the poundage when they weigh themselves, but I don't think they'd have a screensaver themselves.
Three glasses of wine, day on the golf course with Bud Lights, a nice steak, some Brussels sprouts, nice wedge salad. Still 189.8 this morning. It's
pretty strong.
You three look
you
like
got
you're
it dialed in, man.
You look like you're about to paint my basement.
We will not smoke and we will not curse.
I was going to say ice cream. We look like the old school ice cream.
Wait,
man.
we're different. We put our ice cream in mugs. That's
coffee cups.
Yeah.
You want to go back to that poll?
Yeah.
Because I love it.
I got a winner here to give away.
Okay, good.
That's how I started this.
Yeah, I know. I love it when
It's a Bud Light poll question.
Yeah, it is a Bud Light poll question. Because I love it when y'all think I'm doing something weird, so we go to a vote, and it's not weird at all. Y'all just think it's weird for some reason. I don't know why y'all think things are weird that I do, just because I do them. So we asked the poll question because I ate ice cream in a coffee mug. Is it strange to eat ice cream in a coffee mug? 65% say no. 35% say yes. I mean, it's a blowout.
I wouldn't call that a blowout, but it's
65 to 35?
It's kind of a blowout.
Kind of a blowout.
Yeah. Oh, that is a blowout.
I mean,
they doubled us up basically.
Yeah.
I'm shocked though.
Yeah. But I don't think I'm in tune with majority of Americans anymore anyway.
I agree. I think you're out of tune.
No, but I thought it would be more like, not is it weird, have you ever done it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we got a winner here with our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Tonight, we're going to be at Top Golf with our friends at Bud Light, getting ready to celebrate the Protective Stadium kickoff of the Elite Eight game between the Legion FC and Inter Miami in the U.S. Open Cup. So here we go. The winner of 6 people, this person and 5 others, gets a bay at Top Golf tonight. And for the time they're there, Bud Light products to enjoy while you're there as well. The winner is Landon Robinson. Landon Robinson is the winner. Like show, please.
Yeah, congratulations, Landon. We'll see you up there.
Landon Robinson. That's a big win right there for Landon.
And I don't know if he's dating or married to the homecoming queen or somebody very attractive. Landon, her and 4 of her friends can come as well. You know, whoever you want to invite to your
Barefoot.
party. Come swing the golf club with us tonight. Some great prizes with our friends right there at Bud Light.
I'd say you landed a pretty sweet woman, huh?
He did land him a pretty sweet woman.
There's no women's tees at Top Golf.
No, you hit from you got women's clubs.
No, I hit from the same ones that Brown does.
Yeah, women's clubs though. Do you use the women's clubs or men's clubs?
Maybe that's my problem.
Could be. You never know.
Okay, so that's the winner there, Landon. Congratulations. And Patrick says Landon Robinson sounds like an Alabama DB.
Oh, it does.
Yep.
He's going to be a high draft pick according to Mel Kiper.
Yeah, taking Landon Collins and Cam Robinson. Makes him Cam actually an offensive lineman, right?
That is correct, Jim.
Yeah. All right, so as we talked earlier to Fuhrman about this, Live Golf and the PGA yesterday merged together. And the reaction, Rory's had a chance to talk today, so I'll get you to give me some Rory quotes from people who heard Rory talk.
Boy, he scorched earth.
Yes, that is correct, Lance.
Betrayed and manipulated, all the ones that talked on and off the record yesterday, some of these were anonymous. Betrayed and manipulated is the way the PGA Tour golfers felt, that they did not even know this was happening. Negotiations were ongoing. And as LT pointed out on the show yesterday, also not knowing it was going on was broadcast partners CBS, NBC, and ESPN. They didn't know it was going on. So now they have to decide whether or not they want to broadcast Saudi-owned golf events as well themselves. Sponsors did not know it was going on, which could become a major problem. And the one that blows my mind the most, according to sources, nobody even called Tiger Woods to tell Tiger Woods it was going on.
None of the players. I mean, 0 players.
Yeah. But if I was going to call one, I would have called Tiger Woods.
I mean, you would think, if I'm Jay Monahan, I would think the most. I mean, you guys watch far less golf than me, so you give me the faces of the PGA Tour right now.
4 faces. I would go Tiger. I'd go Rory. I would go Brooks Koepka. You have to.
Yeah, but he's on the LIV.
But he's the LIV.
I'm going PGA Tour.
So we're going LIV. Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, okay.
Just because he's the best in the world.
I think JT's got to be in there. John Rahm.
And Justin Thomas, John Rahm.
So I would go, like, if I'm the guys I want on board with me, if I'm Monahan, or at least I want to give a heads up, Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and John Rahm. I think that's your most prominent players on tour right now. All due respect to Scotty Scheffler, Colin Morikawa. There's a lot of big ones.
Yeah, but Tiger Woods is a guy who could come out and say, you know what, I think what's best for golf, 2 days earlier, you know what would be best for golf, in my opinion, is one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, would be if somehow we were able to merge the leagues together, come to some common ground. What's good for golf would come from that.
Yeah, and then,
that would sort of lay the groundwork. Exactly.
Yeah, but no, you did not get that one.
Well, the problem is you had Jack Nicklaus kind of endorse it, didn't you?
He did. I mean, Jack, it was a tepid endorsement, but an endorsement nonetheless. And I think that's a little bit easier for Jack to do because this is not going to impact him. Now, he does operate a tournament that's on the PGA Tour. It's not in jeopardy. But, guys like Rory, who just so publicly went to bat for you, and now you're taking the money you encouraged them not to take. I just, I do not, I feel sorry. Like, Rory McIlroy is never going to miss a meal. This guy has made more money than he could ever spend. He's going to end up having a great career, easy Hall of Famer. He could maybe one day be a top 10 player of all time. I genuinely feel sorry for him right now.
Yeah.
Just because he was loyal to you. He put himself out there bigger than anybody to back you up when you said, Rory, man, listen, this is dirty money. Don't take this money. Stick with us. We'll get you some more money, but stick with us, and you will not regret it. And it's not even 2 years, and you already made him regret it.
I mean, money typically wins out, but this is still shocking. And who's the guy that comes on our show that says, I'll talk to you guys next year?
Schleybaugh.
Yeah, Schleybaugh wrote a great line today. He did the headlines PGA Tour and Live Golf Unite. What we do and don't know, but he compared it if Alabama football coach Nick Saban took the Auburn job.
Yeah, without any leaking of anything. Just one day said, I'm leaving
overnight.
Alabama and I'm taking the Auburn job.
I mean, that's kind of what this is.
Yeah, it's insane. And then Rory McIlroy had a chance to finally talk today.
So do you have confidence in Jay Monahan as commissioner of the PGA Tour? Apparently, he got roasted by the players that were on site in Canada last night. Someone called for a change in leadership, and that got a standing ovation. So it did not go well for him. So Rory was asked that, and this is the way it's being portrayed. I do. I mean, that's the way I answer. Like, Brown, do you still like Dunaway? I do.
This takes you a little longer to process.
Yeah, do you feel like I like you if I say it that way, Dunaway?
No, but do I feel like that needs to be change made? Well, I do. Instead of a quick I do, it means he had a little grace in him that he didn't instantly say, oh, yeah, I do.
He said, it's hard for me not to sit up here and feel somewhat like a sacrificial lamb. He was. I think he ought to 100% feel like a sacrificial lamb.
He played me as the sucker.
Yeah, they rolled him out to take the bullets. He took all the bullets, and then you took all the money. I mean, you are a sacrificial lamb. 100%.
By the way, with my peers, like guys that I am on the tour with, my equals, they were like, Rory, what are you doing? Take the money, man.
Yeah.
This money is good money. We're going to all be back on this tour eventually anyway. No, you will not. We're going to ban you from this tour is what Jay is telling me.
That's right.
And I'm not going to take the money. Take the money, Roy. You're going to $100 million. You're not going to take this money. I'm not going to take the money, guys, because you're going to ruin your legacy. I'm not going to take the money. And then, like you said, less than 1 year later, those guys are coming back to you and saying, Rory,
should take the money.
We tried to tell you,
That's
$100
right.
million. This is a can't miss investment. We tried to tell you, can't miss.
I played less golf than I've ever played. I just made $250 million.
I don't know how many similar situations we're going to have down the road. but people are always going to take the money now.
Yep.
Like I would, if I was representing somebody, I'd be like, look at what happened with Liv in the PGA. Take the money.
Because I want to come back to that real quick. And Rory said, I still hate Liv. I hate them. Those are big words, man.
That's
I
strong.
hate them.
Considering they own you now.
Well, and
Or
that's
on
what
the league, the
well,
tour.
and what he's trying to clear up is the Liv doesn't own us. The Saudi Public Investment Fund owns us. And those are two, the Saudi Public Investment Fund owns Liv, and now they own the PGA Tour too. So he's trying to make the point, Liv didn't buy us. The people that funded Liv bought us. So, I mean, he's still trying to make that point.
Yeah.
Somebody asked a question yesterday, and I think it's a great question. Now that they've seen how easy it is to essentially buy an American sport, where do they stop? I mean, what do you think is next for the Saudi Public Investment Fund?
No pun intended here. American companies have to draw a line in the sand because they could buy anything they wanted.
That is absolutely right. The money seems to be endless.
Technically, they could buy the White House. They could buy the Oval Office and fund a campaign that could win the presidency if they wanted to.
I don't think you can do that.
You don't?
No. I think you could fund a candidate. You're not going to be able to buy. I mean, that's
what do you think funding a candidate does?
No, I get that, but you're talking about.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
So if they handpicked a candidate and said, we're just going to fund the election and you're going to be our guy when you get in office, you remember who put you there.
Yeah, but how many Americans are going to? I mean, that stuff would come out.
I mean,
There's
it already.
no way Americans.
But the only way that already happens is just
it
maybe
does.
not the Saudis.
It does. It does. That's what I'm saying. But
if
you vote a certain way, there are people you listen to sort of set the dynamics of your belief system on what's going on. Because you can't know everything that's going on in politics, so some people sort of dictate what is going on in politics for you. And if that person that you trust is bought off and paid to sort of spin things a different way to this client, to this candidate, not this candidate, it totally can influence an election. So we as a country have to draw a line in the sand and say, no, you can't buy an NFL franchise, or no, you can't buy an NBA franchise.
But who says that?
In the NFL, it's
the
32
owners. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
If the owners are like, hey, this is our league, we're not going to let the Saudis buy a team, they get every right to do that because it's got to be 2/3 vote, right?
Okay, yeah, I think it's got to be 24 to 32, so close to that. What about hypothetically Target in a little trouble right now?
Right.
Stock's gone down a lot. If they offered to buy Target.
I think Target for the price would sell in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think most companies would.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as Americans...
With Double Down Media?
As Americans, you have to
that
decide on what you're willing to sell up. Would I be happy if one person owned the NFL and not 32 individual owners? I would be upset about that.
Well, they don't have that much money now. I mean, because you're talking about your average... What do you think your average NFL franchise goes for?
Oh, I think right now the minimum price would be $4 billion for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, so I think your average is probably $6 billion.
Yeah,
for an NFL franchise, and you'd have to pay that 32 times.
No, they've got that.
Yeah, they've got it, but I don't know that they're willing to spend it.
It came out. The Public Investment Fund for Saudi Arabia has more than $600 billion in assets.
So you would be basically peeling off a third of that to purchase every NFL franchise.
Well, they don't lose money.
They don't.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, I guess they could do it.
That oil pump's good.
All right, let me ask you this. If you could invest in the NFL a third of everything you've got,
I would,
moving forward. Yeah, I think most people would.
It's a good investment.
Trip makes a great point. Says with franchise values now approaching $10 billion for the top one, if those people are ever going to sell their franchises, there's only a few people in the world who could buy them because you make your most money when you sell your franchise again.
Yeah, but normally it's groups.
Yeah.
And if I had an opportunity, even $1 billion, if I could sell for the Saudis for $10 billion or this other group that has been put together for $9 billion, I think I'd take the $1 billion loss and I'd sell to the group.
Yeah. You would, not everybody would.
No, not everybody.
And that's my point. At some point, we have to draw a line in the sand on who we're going to let buy our teams and our companies.
Well, the NFL has done that, but then when it comes to buying an entire sport like the PGA Tour, there's nobody that can stop that. Who can stop it?
Yeah, apparently nobody.
Yeah.
Because they have bought it now. So Rory McIlroy not backing down for some of his beliefs today at his news conference. Show being brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. Bet on the game tonight if you want. Jump in with Denver and Miami. Listen, I don't give out a lock ever.
Oh, here we go. Don't you love it when he starts a sentence this way, Lance?
But at -3,
it's up to -3, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, -3, does that not look easy? Easy money, Denver? I would go as high as -5.
Jokic is like missing shots on purpose, according to you.
The fix is it.
You give me 5.5, I'll do it.
I'll go as high as 5.5.
I'll do it.
Steak bet
for a steak. I'll take Denver tonight -5.5. You can get better odds than that right there at mybookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag code next round. In fact, Dunaway, MyBookie.ag code next round. Get you that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. You use it, you win. It is yours and yours forever. Use it right away. There at MyBookie.ag code next round.
Quick shot of LT. Are you right now at MyBookie.ag placing a bet opposite of what I just bet? Are you putting money on Miami?
No,
Okay.
I was sending somebody my plays from today, which I stayed away from this game.
But now you've added it.
But now, yeah, they've got the heat. It's another handicapper.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is he said this was this morning at 9:51. I've got a feeling Butler's somehow going to finish this thing out.
Oh, so he thinks that he win the whole series.
What he thinks.
But when am I wrong? I mean, we've never had T-shirts made.
Lance, you can't win 4 games in a series without winning game number 2.
That's very true.
So,
What about game 3?
No, I meant your second win. Okay. That's what I meant by that. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round.
Let's go Nuggets. In our next segment, LT's special bonus 4 downs coming up on the show that's brought to you in part by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. We always encourage you to go follow their social media accounts this time of year. A good opportunity to see new drinks that they're making with Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, whether you're in a local bar or restaurant, ask for it by name. If you're drinking vodka, Redmond Vodka. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. It's available in 22 states now, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available all over Alabama.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery 5th Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Forrester, did you, before Brandon tells us about Tough Dog, did you get that video of the sports reporter at the hockey game in Las Vegas? This is from her account. Her name is Samantha Rivera. She works for a Miami station in Las Vegas after Game 2, trying to do what a lot of local sportscasters have done over the years. My hardest one ever to do was a live shot in Georgia, in Athens, lead up to the blackout game in which Alabama kicked their ass. The Georgia fans were pretty obnoxious going into the stadium pregame after a long day of drinking. Here she is last night or the other night trying to do her shot, keeping Las Vegas fans at bay. Pretty talented to keep going and and keep him forced off.
Good stiff arm.
Dude trying to get in there, stiff arm move there, gives him the Heisman.
I
and
just
then
don't
tosses to the highlights.
Understand what people are doing this for.
I don't either. And
the girl's got a job to do.
That's what she said. She goes, "Listen, I'm not trying to. I don't need credit for this. I don't need fame from this. I don't need people to get mad at me or say nice things about me. Just let me do my damn job."
Yeah. How one of your former TV colleagues has not sued and won against one of these big media companies that sends reporters out in situations like that without security is crazy to me. That would be an open and closed lawsuit. We've had reporters get shot and killed. We've had them get felt up. We've had them get attacked. We've had just minor stuff like this. The fact that these cheap companies don't send armed security, they send their reporters out into situations like this and don't send security with them, is baffling that they've never gotten sued for that.
She'll end up. So what market is she in right now?
She's in Miami.
Yeah, it's a big market. It's
a good market.
But I was
right
going to
there.
say, hell, if she wants to go to ESPN, I could see them hire.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's worth shit, but
got a good stiff arm.
She sounded good. I watched the report and tossed to highlights, which is always good because then you get off camera, so you can do anything you want at that point.
kick the guy in the
Kick
nuts.
him in the nuts,
Yeah. I took it. We were up top. I took the Georgia fan's hat off, and this was early in my 42 career. I threw the guy's hat off of the staircase we were standing by, off down the hill into the parking lot, and I may have said, "Go fetch that." To the dog fan who was barking.
Fetch that.
I am surprised you have not had your ribs broken.
I am too.
Or
Yeah.
jaw broken.
And it was a group of 3, and they were dropping F-bombs and everything in the broadcast. I grabbed it and threw it over there. Marlon, my camera guy, who still works here today, afterwards says, this is our first time to work together. Just so you know, if he'd have started beating you up after you said that, I'm not jumping in. I'm not going to defend you at that.
Wow.
But I am going to roll on camera.
Don't talk to people.
We'll
like
have
that.
it well framed.
I was like, got it, Marlon.
Wow, so Marlon had you back.
No, he did not. He did not. Let's do another 4 downs. This is the bonus one, brought to you again by our friends at Slice Pizza for lunch. We've told you about them a couple of times in the show, so let's jump into it with First Down.
First down.
Christian McCaffrey, 27 years old today. Ultimately better career, McCaffrey or Tua Tagovailoa?
Both of them have stayed hurt a lot. McCaffrey is in a spot to flourish at San Francisco. I'm going to go Tua. Go Tua.
I'm going to go McCaffrey just because
He's already done a lot.
He's done a lot. Yeah. I mean, for a minute, he was the best running back in football. If he can stay healthy, he can be that guy again. I'm pulling for Tua. I want your team to do well.
It's all injury related. If both of them stay 100% healthy, all right, let's just assume, and that's not been the case for either one of them, but if both of them stay 100% healthy, Tua's got the better career.
Because quarterback.
Well, it's quarterback and the tools around him.
But much like Dan Marino, is Tua going to be able to win? I mean, the AFC is so loaded with great quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And McCaffrey's got an opportunity this year. I mean, to me, it's Philadelphia and Seattle, or excuse me, Philadelphia, San Francisco.
It really comes down to the first one to win a championship.
I can say that, but there's already a head start by McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Second down.
Allen Iverson, who looks more and more like Carmelo Anthony every day, turned 48 today. Still the best pound-for-pound player I think I've ever seen. Better career, Allen Iverson or Ice Cube?
Are you saying he looks more and more like Carmelo because he's putting on weight?
Yeah, he's putting on weight.
I go AI over Ice Cube. I think I go Iverson. Iverson had a fantastic career, and again, anytime we talk about him, I'll bring this up. I know I've said it a lot. The thing I respect about him is when it became in vogue to not play on our national team in the Olympics, he played on every one of them, played his tail off on every one of them.
Yeah. And not to the success we wanted as a country.
No, but it wasn't his fault.
But it wasn't his fault. And I think more and more as we get away from his playing days, Allen Iverson's respect has gone up.
Boy, it should. I mean, for his size, just an incredible player that single-handedly led Philadelphia to the NBA Finals, and they won Game 1 from a great Lakers team. I loved Iverson, but Ice Cube has done so much, from the lyrics that he wrote for NWA to going to a solo artist. He sold out on a lot of movies.
Are We There Yet? He does a great one.
Boys O was really good.
Yeah.
Anaconda Knows So Much. But, I mean, Ice Cube has done a lot of stuff. And
so he was basically the lyric writer behind NWA?
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Obviously, but, I mean, he gets credited on, I would say, 75 to 80% of their songs.
Goose says AI did not create basketball. NWA might have created modern-day rap and hip-hop.
That is a true statement.
Yeah.
Good point. I'll go Ice Cube then, if that is the case.
Yeah, that was an easy change.
Hey.
My man ain't afraid to do a 180.
You know who I am? I'm Jay Monahan. I don't care.
All right, I'll take your money.
I'm not taking your money. I'll take your money.
Third down.
Somehow still an action star. He turned 71 today, Liam Neeson. Fast, you better roll. Taken or Next to Kin?
I'd go Taken. The first Taken I thought was really good. It was the fact that they kept going back to the well that sucked.
Next of Kin is when Harrison Ford has to come to the Amish country to save.
Yep,
it's called Witness.
It's called Witness, not even close.
And Next to Kin was when Patrick Swayze was a Chicago cop. His brother, Briar, one of his brothers, the other Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton gets killed early. Briar comes from the Kentucky woods into Chicago to seek revenge. He's got one of the worst Kentucky accents ever, but Liam Neeson is British.
He's Irish.
Or Irish, yeah.
I'd go Taken.
I think I would go Next to Kin.
I've never seen either one, so I will not vote.
Taken's a good flick. I like Taken.
I just think
I think it became a punchline because they went back to it 3 times.
Yeah.
Because he was such a shitty dad, husband.
Taken to the streets.
Metal Medic, my favorite actor. How about that?
But once,
Phantom Menace, says Lunsford.
Lunsford. he was actually an Excalibur. I mean, it was a bit part, but Liam Neeson.
Let me tell you
obviously
what,
at 71 has been doing this a long time.
The funniest, the best thing I've ever seen Liam Neeson do is when he does the improv sketch comedy skit.
What's that? Ricky Gervais.
One of the funniest things I've ever seen. I don't know how they make it through that.
Again, I have full-blown cancer.
But it was, what is it? Natasha, what was the actress? Natasha Richardson, who slipped on the ice?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she, like a major injury?
Yeah, but she died.
She died. It was his wife.
And that's how she died?
Yeah.
Slipping on the ice?
Yeah.
It, like
ski resort.
It wasn't instantly, was it? Like I was in the hospital.
No, she was in a coma for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that leads us to
fourth down.
It's a good one. Prince would have been 65 years old. Would have been up for Social Security today. Better career, Prince or Barry Bonds?
Prince.
I mean, you're talking about the all-time home run king.
Yeah, and still the best player I've ever seen.
There's not an asterisk next to Prince's name.
Well, there
was a symbol.
Yeah. I mean, it literally was a
symbol.
Was
he 49% female, 51% male?
If he would have taken steroids instead of fentanyl, he'd still be around.
Listen, is this stupid? Is this stupid though, Rockstar? That he has so many things still in his vault that there will be, at some point, some songs written by Prince that will come out and make more money for the Prince estate.
Yeah, like he has tons of material that he was always recording that he never released. He was bad about. I don't want stuff to be the masses. He's just a recording artist, and everything's purple. And he would record and write nonstop. There's a video of him doing a sound check years ago, and he's just destroying a piano. Just like, I didn't know he played piano, and he's incredible at it. He's just a novice. It was amazing. So Prince
for me too. And that is our 4 Downs today, brought to you by Slice and Brown's Garage, brought to you recently by our friends at Tough Dog.
Tough Dog Coatings. They're going to wrap this thing up tomorrow, day 2 of their work there at my garage. So I'm going to get to show you some before and afters. Now, normally, look, their work's not separated by this many days. This is on me. There was a reason we had to separate it like this. But I cannot wait to show you the before and after. Tough Dog Coatings, they cover those garage floors, the basement floors, the pool surrounds with the 15-year warranty, easy to clean, amazing looking coating. It does not crack. It does not wear out like epoxy does. It will not yellow in sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It is beautiful, and it makes my garage look better, smell better. And listen, as a side benefit, it forced us to clean out our garage a little bit. So now I've got this better looking garage. We don't want to cover the floor because it looks so good. So we've just gotten rid of a ton of stuff, and that's been just a good byproduct of this. You can use Tough Dog Coatings like I did. It's Birmingham area owned and operated. These are local businessmen that started this business. They are killing it. People are getting great results. Here's the phone number, 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639 or toughdoggaragebfloors.com, T-U-F-F, toughdoggaragebfloors.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Basketball tonight, Denver, Miami. Hope you enjoy the game. I've got a stake bet on Denver minus 5.5. I juiced it up from -3, so you get great value there if you want to follow along. But, of course, if you want to fade Dunaway, you can buy those T-shirts in our store or go ahead and fade me with your friends if you can get somebody to give you 5.5 tonight. Legion FC this evening as well. versus Inter Miami at Protective Stadium. 7 o'clock's first kick for that contest. We're down with our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy at Top Golf. We'll be there 5 to 6 live. Hang out and then make our way over to Protective Stadium. Rockstar and LT's at Odie's a little bit later on tonight for trivia night. That'll be a lot of fun. Hemp Hill Services brings us our final thought of the day. Our great friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, remember Hemp Hill's got a great special going on right now. The changing weather. They want to make sure that everything is up and running properly for you. And right now they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, and plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Shaka Smart got a contract extension yesterday through 2030 at Marquette. When it's all said and done, will he have the success at Marquette that he had at VCU?
I think he will. I think he'll. I mean, how many?
VCU was a Final Four, right?
Yeah.
So he's got to get to a Final Four to match it, right?
I mean, they're going to be a top 5 team probably to start the season, at least right around it. Yeah, I think Shaka Smart. I mean, Marquette's a good job.
Had you given up on him?
Yeah,
from
I had.
What he did, from what he did down there.
At Texas, he was 109 and 86. I mean, he was not good at Texas.
Yeah, I mean, he only went to the NCAA tournament 3 times out of, what, 6 years there.
Yeah, one was COVID, to be fair.
And how quick did it bounce out? Did they bounce out?
They never made it past the round of 64. He never made it out of the first day of the NCAA tournament.
Well, I mean, in his entire
Texas.
career, he's only made it out of the first round
3 times.
4 times.
Well, 4 times, and one of them was the Final Four. But the other ones were round of 32. So he's either been out first weekend of the tournament or the Final Four. That's the gap for him.
Wow.
And that Final Four is one time. So I thought that was an interesting move by Marquette. He's 48 and 20 there. 28 and 11 overall. He did win the conference this year, but to Lance's point, they got bounced early in the tournament, and that's his history, is not making it past the round of 32. He caught lightning in a bottle one time.
Boom and bust, says Patrick over in the chat room there.
More bust than boom, though.
Yeah. Frank Haith is now on the Texas staff as an assistant coach. That's your basketball news there. Iowa was our 40 and 40 team today at number 38. Stake bet we did not make. I did make it. Auburn over Iowa, more wins. Yeah. Auburn over Iowa.
Oh, that's 2 stake bets today.
So we made that. So we got 2 stake bets in today. That's good. That's a good day.
One now, one future. I like it.
Good day is an Ice Cube song. Full circle.
How about that, Rockstar? Good job out of you.
Tie it to Prince now, Rockstar.
I might do good day tonight at, you've heard me do it at trivia.
Yeah, I would have to say Lance is going to arrive in his little red Corvette.
Oh, Lance does not very cool.
We could have gone Kiss.
I'll kiss you.
That's all I want.
Could have gone cream. Didn't you have your coffee with cream today?
Get on top.
All right. Don't forget, Next Round store open. You can get your gear there. You can get your Next Round coffee, which is getting rave reviews and a lot more. We'll see you at Top Golf tonight. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.